Time I'd like to call to order the 3 p.m. session of the March 15, 2016 meeting of the Stafford County Board of Supervisors. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Ms. Baumke?
Here.
Mr. Cavalier?
Here.
Mrs. Mauer?
Here.
Mr. Milday? Ms. Sellers? Mr. Snellings?
Here.
Mr. Thomas?
Here.
Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Just want to remind everyone that tonight, between the afternoon and evening session, we'll be holding a joint budget work session with the school board at 5 p.m. in the conference room ABC. Also, I'm saddened to announce that we lost one of our employees this week after a long battle with an illness. Mr. Gary Barnes worked in our IT department, loved his job, and was a very friendly face to everyone who knew him. The board's thoughts and prayers go to Gary's family, friends, and his coworkers. At this time, we'll have presentations by the public. Anyone wishing to address the board will have an opportunity to do so. When you come to the podium, please state your name and address. The green light indicates you have 3 minutes. The yellow light is 1 minute, and red light means your time has expired. Anyone in the chambers wishing to address the board, please come forward.
I'm just Mark Edwards with the NAACP. I'm the chairperson for the economic development, and I'm just here to hear what you guys are working on and how we can help you push your efforts. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ruth Carloni, 300 Mount Olive Road. I want to speak about the change on 17, the gas station. I think it's, 17 and 18. I'm not too certain of the numbers, but that's the Royal Farms coming up in Hartwood. And you're considering approving doing away with one of the proffers that was made way back, and that was to sprinkle all of the buildings on that property. At the property at that time, the conditions and what was approved were innocuous. They weren't harmful to anybody, but now, because of the continuing development of 17, number one, for the gas stations, just all of you start at 95 and go down to Hartwood Fire Station, beyond there to Sitco, and see the number of gas stations and the number of pumps. I'm going to request that you consider just 6 pumps. That means 3 pumps of 2 each. It's right across from Walmart. It's really gotten quite busy down there. Also, you don't have any perimeter lighting on that document, which is outrageous because there's, I think, 5 or 6 homes right there on the perimeter. And you need to take a look at the 10-foot trees really don't do much of anything. If you put in a hotel there, well then, which is one of the options, then there's going to be a problem with comings and goings, deliveries, all hours. You've got to look at this in this. Do not approve it today. Defer it and work that out and come out with something comprehensive for the people. Put a berm in the front. Don't change that distance from the Warrenton Road from, I think it's 180 to 140. It piles up. Just go down here at Gateway and see how it's piled up since those have opened up the businesses. And also the cars, but besides the berm, the cars, good planning shows cars not directing the headlights out to the roads. That's good planning. The berm I mentioned, I talked with some of the people that were over at the former gas station on 17, and they live back in there, and they didn't know anything about this. One lady said she did receive a notice, and that's the usual thing that you notify adjacent properties. But please defer this. Take a look at sprinkling. That was the most outrageous thing.
Thank you, Ms. Carloni.
Yes, I got it. Anyway, do not take out the sprinkling. Fire suppression.
Anyone else in the chambers wish to address the board? Okay, hearing none, we will move to committee reports by board members.
Mr. Snellings,
I'll defer.
Ms. Bomke,
Yes, just a couple quick things. I attended the fun basketball game between the sheriff's office and the school division, and the school division won 47-34, and Miss Sellers and I were there. I think they had a ringer on their team that must have played college basketball. But anyway, it was fun to see everybody play. Also, Supervisor Sellers and I attended our VACO certification class last Friday. So this is our last portion of our class. It's called Making a Difference in County Government. And now we have 3 books and a lot of homework between now and April 22nd. I also attended the breakfast with Congressman Rob Whitman, and that issue was on transportation last week, something that's near and dear to everybody's heart. Anyway, we're just trying to work with him to see if we can't get additional federal funding and try to alleviate some of these bottlenecks we have on 95. And I also attended the Dahlgren tour with the Chamber of Commerce, and I won't go into a lot of detail, but it's obviously a very impressive facility that we have, and very, very thankful for everything they do out there to protect our nation. Thank you.
Mr. Cavalier.
Just a quick update on the Finance Audit and Budget Committee meeting that we had right before this meeting, and since most other board members were there, we'll be seeing basically the same presentations by Ms. Collins here today. So I think I'll leave that presentation to her. Thank you.
Mrs. Maurer.
Thank you. Last night I attended the Windsor Forest HOA meeting to answer any questions, let them know about the new development that's going in along 610. VDOT attended with me to answer questions about snow, and I'm pleased to report that they changed some of their practices with snow removal as a result of the meeting that I had with them earlier. And it was far more efficient. The homeowners were happy, and VDOT actually is quite pleased with how snow removal went last time. Also attended with Paul, the Quantico Regional Executive Steering Committee on the base, and I'm happy to report that they contribute $4.3 billion to our local economy. That's a significant amount, and we have an excellent working relationship with the base, and there was quite a bit of give and take through that meeting. And given the fact that they're one of our economic drivers, I'm glad that we do have this healthy relationship, and it's one that we need to continue to foster. Also had dinner with the Rock Hill Volunteer Firefighters. They invited me out and served, of course, steak and potatoes, and really enjoyed spending a couple of hours with them and listening to their tales from the streets. They provided me a couple of items that they needed help with, so it was productive, and Keith has been wonderful in tracking down some of these dry fire hydrant issues that we have here in the community. And the Cable Franchise Negotiation Subcommittee, as part of the Legislative Committee my service on the Legislative Committee, I am working with the subcommittee who is working on the cable franchise renegotiation. And we're having some of the cable companies, Richmond folks, come up so we can hammer out expanding service in some of our underserved areas, and hopefully that will be productive. And finally, I want to bring your attention to, all of us received an article in our daily clips today about Wyoda's expansion and their data center that they're building in the Quantico Corporate Center. This is a game changer for us. What they are doing is they are lighting the fiber and providing an opportunity for us to, not for us, but for our residents within that particular complex to access this high fiber that's in there. And I also added in your board packet not only a copy of the article, just in case you missed it, and I'm certain you didn't, but the Regional Non-Classified Cyber Range Initiative that's going to be going on in the Quantico Corporate Center. So as I know we moved due to an illness in our presenter's family, the Stafford Tech and Research Park, but when we start looking at a critical mass of assets, this particular project is moving us leaps and bounds forward. And in addition to that, I've had several meetings with with interested parties in the Quantico Corporate Center. And one of the items that I would like to let you guys know about is that Secretary Jackson received a letter from General Groen, really focusing on the cybersecurity workforce development and how that center of activity needs to be at Quantico. And looking at it from a regional perspective, both into Prince William County and down into the Quantico Corporate Center. So we're gaining a lot of traction from a Stafford Tech and Research Park perspective, and I've kind of held a lot of that close held because I was given information, but I'm happy to see that it's hitting the streets, and I'd be more than happy to talk to you guys at any time with respect to what's going on there. But we've got a lot of momentum, and I'm excited about it.
Mr. Milday?
Thanks. In addition to the Dahlgren tour, which was really interesting for me, and the Quantico Regional Elected Steering Committee group, I also attended the PRTC meeting with Laura, I think, was there, subbing, and Chamber of Commerce, Rob Whitman transportation event, one of the many series that the Chamber is presenting, trying to push the state, and I think they're getting some traction along with us. We're kind of seeing some movement, I think, here on some of our 95 issues. Also a next generation function with the Chamber of Commerce. But I'll skip back to the Regional Elected Steering Committee for a minute on Quantico. That group has been working through the joint land use study that we approved and has taken place for several years now. And a couple of the items will require us our attention that we as a body decided we wanted to look at. Things like whether or not you might notify people in a certain proximity to the base that they live next to a loud place with vibration. That would require some legislative changes. And also there's a couple other steps even further in that direction that we may or may not like, but it's one of our committees. I don't know which one, Tim, or they've decided to run it through. Some of you'll see these bubble up through the committees, and we'll talk about some of these partnership items we're working on with the base. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Sellers?
Well, being one of the last ones, there's not much left to say other than I did do a ride along with Fire and Rescue last week, and that was a lot of fun, and I do appreciate Bria opening up for me and taking me around. I attended Chaplain. Chaplin's moving, in case anybody has not heard. We are moving our location of the Office on Youth, and that's not finalized, but the EDA is selling our building. In case I haven't said that enough, the EDA has sold our building. I also attended PRTC with Mr. Milday and went this weekend and looked at all the art there at Brook Point High School. We have a lot of talented artists in the county. So.
Mr. Thomas?
Thank you. I did want to thank Ms. Sellers for attending PRTC for me. It's really good when we have alternates that stay in the loop and are willing to step up and do that. So thank you for that. The one thing I had was I had an invitation from one of the judges to come over and just talk about the court's needs. As you know, there's a court expansion in the CIP. When I sat down, I didn't realize it was going to be every single judge we had and all of their clerks, but it was a very good meeting, and I got to take a tour of the court and kind of see some of the things in person that are spelled out in a lot of the documents and studies we've done. Mr. Romanello went with me, and I think there's some short-term adjustments we can make for safety and technology type things, short-term adjustments, but also need to discuss long-term adjustments if the expansion is what's necessary or something bigger than that, and how we somehow fit that into a CIP that's already at its max. So just want to let you know I did have that meeting with all of the judges from the court. Okay, next we will have report of the county attorney.
Defer any comments, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, report of the county administrator.
Mr. Chairman and members of the board, time for the monthly construction update. Start with Mr. Rapp and then Mr. Hoppy, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Christopher Rapp, Director of Public Works. I'm pleased to provide the following road construction update. Poplar Road and Mountain View Road intersection. Negotiations are still underway with the two remaining property owners for right-of-way and easements. We have received cost proposals from Novec and Verizon for relocating utilities. Brook Road, Dominion Virginia Power has completed their relocations. Verizon relocations have been staked, and we're waiting for them to mobilize and start relocating. We're working to finalize a draft memorandum of understanding to relocate the fiber optic line. The MOU would be with Stafford Schools and Stafford Hospital. Truslow Road is 85% complete. The contractor has been laying storm sewer and installing curb and gutter and working on the shared use path. Additional regrading is being performed at the intersection of the old and existing and new Truslow. And we're waiting on a Verizon pedestal to be relocated, and then we'll continue to lay the final pavement. Garrisonville Road widening, Dominion Virginia Power has started relocating utilities, and we're actively negotiating with several property owners, including Mike Steiner. The wayfinding signs are being installed. You've probably seen those around the county. We'll continue to install those signs, and we're also installing the final foundations for those signs as well. Those should be all installed by April. The Route 1 and Garrisonville Road intersection, Dominion Virginia Power relocated a power pole that was in the way of the signal improvements. VDOT is going to soon schedule the traffic signal improvements, and following that, the county will go out and install the new right turn lane. So we'll probably be advertising the right turn lane bids later this month. And that concludes my report. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? Mr. Milday?
I brought it up, it's been a few years, that I want people to know that the reason why we don't have the distance at the end of each destination on these wayfinding signs is because we're not allowed to by the state's rules. So when you come off of this exit, it says take a right, you can go to the Stafford Visitor Center. You really got to go like 10 miles to get to the Stafford Visitor Center. You'd be better off taking the next exit. I can't stand that about those signs. It's the only thing I don't like. But I like the signs. I was one of the two board members that worked on them, started the initiative 8 years ago or 9 years ago, or something like that. Thanks.
Any other questions? Thank you, Mr. Rapp.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Chris Hoppy, Capital Improvement Program Manager. I'm going to give you an update on parks projects at this time. The Jeff Rouse Swim and Sports Center is moving along very rapidly now. We received a temporary occupancy permit for the south side of the building and have done a substantial completion inspection on that part of it. So this will allow the operator to start moving in office furniture and exercise equipment and the like. The wellness pool is complete, filled, filters are running, so it's operational. The training of staff on that equipment is scheduled for tomorrow. Warm-up pool is ready to receive white coat. The main pool, the 50-meter tiles are in, the 25-yard tiles have started this week and should be completed this week. The deck anchors for the starting platforms and the back stroke stanchions and the like are going to be starting welding later in the week. General contractor is now performing major work in the pool space as well, concurrently installing HVAC ducts, overhead lighting, final painting, under deck electrical conduits. Parking lot's been paved, all the striping is complete. The site signage associated with parking and moving about the site and automobiles is all complete. Embry Mill Park itself, the athletic fields area, the playground is complete. The concession and restroom buildings were inspected by the health department and received their occupancy permits. St. Patrick's Day tournament is going to be held this weekend on the 4 synthetic turf fields, and Kathy Volbrecht will provide you some details in a moment on the ribbon cutting event. Belmont Ferry Farm Trail, VDOT has inspected and approved the Belmont Crossing project. VDOT has authorized the right-of-way to actions to begin, so we've prepared a title search and received a basic appraisal report for the one property involved at this point. Final trail construction plans have been submitted to VDOT for comments, and we're awaiting their comments. completes my report. I'm available for questions.
Any questions? Okay, thank you.
Next quick report, Mr. Chairman, will be Kathy Volbrecht, and Ms. Volbrecht is going to discuss item number 11 on the consent agenda today. We talked last meeting during the budget presentation about firsts in Stafford County, and this will be another first in our county.
I think first I'll be talking about the ribbon cutting for Embry Mill Fields. That is going to take place this Saturday at 10:30 at the in the fields by the Jeff Rouse Women's Sports Center. As you know, this will take place during the 23rd annual St. Patty's Day tournament with Stafford Soccer. There are 170 teams registered to play in the tournament this year, and that's approximately 2,700 players. The Stafford Soccer has scheduled a break in the tournament from 10:30 to 11 to allow their players to join us, so you may have some company when you do the ribbon cutting on Saturday. In addition, we are also going to have Talon, who is the mascot of Washington, D.C.'s professional soccer team, D.C. United. He will be there, as well as a rep from D.C. United, and that rep's name is Malcolm Johnson. We will also be working with Eastern Sports Management, who is the operator for the Rouse Center, to offer tours that day. And we are planning to offer tours of the building from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. So we think it's going to be a great weekend in Stafford. And now I would like to talk to you briefly about the Chichester Park ADA accessible all-inclusive playground. But before I talk about the playground itself, let me tell you how Stafford Parks and Rec is currently working to include children of all abilities in our programs. Parks and Rec held 101 adaptive swim lessons last year. All of these lessons are offered one-on-one to the individual. Also in 2015, our gymnastics team provided a field trip for 17 individuals with disabilities ages between 6 and 13, and this group of kids came to the gymnastics center and worked with our staff on various activities. We also had a young individual with a hearing disability who participated in the 2015-2016 basketball program with the assistance of a translator. And we have 2 children currently enrolled in our 2016 flag football program who have physical disabilities. While we did not have any special requests during our 2015 summer camp program, children with varying degrees for cognitive disorders are routinely included in these programs. And what you'll see there on the left at the bottom is a photo of one of our attendees at our camps a few years ago. This child, who does have a disability, reeled in a small fish during one of our summer camps. And while it may seem like it was a small fish, you can tell by the smile on his face that it was a huge accomplishment for that child. But the playground I'm about to tell you about is not just for kids. As you know, we have a large military presence here in Stafford. A lot of our veterans come back from whatever deployment they had overseas. A lot of them come back disabled. And our playground will allow these veterans and other individuals to play with their kids at the playground, because it will have pathways that will give them access and allow them to navigate around the playground right by their kids. So we know we have a community of children and parents who are not letting their disabilities stop them from being active and from leading a healthy lifestyle here in Stafford County. We would like to enhance that lifestyle even more by providing an embracing recreation space where children and their parents of all abilities may be active and interact with other children. Stafford County currently has 9 ADA accessible playgrounds at Autumn Ridge Park, Curtis Park, Duff McDuff Green Memorial Park, Patawomack, Willamere Smith Lake Pratt Park, and St. Clair Brooks Park. These playgrounds are accessible and usable by individuals with disabilities, but they largely address our minimum ADA standards, such as routes to the playground, servicing, ramps, transfer spaces on the equipment, and ground level activities. None of these are considered all-inclusive. The Chichester Park Playground would be Stafford's first all-inclusive playground. It would allow wheelchair-bound visitors to experience inclusive play in an environment that addresses the physical, social, sensory, cognitive, and emotional needs of children of all abilities. It allows them and their parents or their caregivers to move around the park at ease, just like the able-bodied kids who would be playing there as well. And what you see on the slide in front of you is one view of the playground. And here's the reverse view. The surface plays a large role in enabling kids with disabilities to move freely throughout the playground. The surface would consist of certified wood mulch and a 4-inch thick bonded rubber surface. And you'll see the rubber is the gray area and would be poured in place. This material exceeds ADA standards and is deemed universally accessible for individuals of all disabilities. And then the brown area is the certified wood mulch area, which is ADA compliant. This gives another view of the two different surfaces that will make up the playground. The blue area is that poured-in-place rubber surface that I had mentioned, and it will help wheelchair-bound visitors move easily throughout the playground. The brown area is the certified wood mulch area, and you'll see it's under the major play areas, and while it too is accessible to wheelchairs, it also provides a bit of padding in case kids fall off the equipment. And this is a map of where the playground will be located at Chichester Park. It will be by the pavilion so that it's close to our ADA accessible restrooms and parking spots that are already in place there. Visitors will be able to access the playground directly from the pavilion. They can also go directly up the sidewalk from the playground to the concession stands. There is netting around the fields facing the pavilion, so the kids will be protected from balls that might fly past the fields. I do want to note that a playground at Chichester was envisioned in the original Chichester Park plans. And since we have the space at Chichester, that park is already ADA accessible. It's got the playground, it's got the restrooms and the parking areas. We thought we could take this opportunity to build the county's first all-inclusive playground in a park that is centrally located in the community and already has many ADA accessible amenities. Staff recommends approval of this very special place for kids and adults of all abilities. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Any questions? No, thank you.
Last thing I'll mention, Mr. Chairman and members of the board, a couple of agenda changes, and that's to delete item number 19, Economic Development Support Funding of the Stafford Technology and Research Park. That will be taken up by the board at your April 5th meeting. And then item number 21, which would be sending the budgets and tax rates to advertisement, will be taken up this evening, not this afternoon. And that concludes my report.
Thank you very much. Do we have a motion to approve the agenda with those additions? Okay, we have a motion.
Mr.
We have
Go ahead.
Did you have a question? We have a second by Mr. Sellings. Was there a question?
Yes, I wanted to just pull one item. Oh, we're just moving.
We'll be there in a second. Sorry. Okay, cast your votes on the agenda. Tally the votes. Motion passes 7-0. Okay, consent agenda. Any members wish to pull an item from consent?
Yes, if we could just pull item 7 to discuss.
Okay, 7. Anybody else? Okay, do we have a motion for the consent agenda minus item number 7?
Second.
A move and second by Mr. Milday. Please cast your votes. Tally the votes. Motion passes 7-0. Item number 7, Ms. Baumke.
Yes, I just wanted to bring this item out separate, since this was kind of something that was put together before I was on the board, and it's basically a switch of property from the Economic Development Authority with land that they own for the next to the runway for the airport, and the airport's going to take that land and at some point in time expand the runway, and then they switched a piece of property that the EDA owned that the airport owned over just north of Cranes Corner Road. So it's currently zoned A1. We're going to, if this is approved, it'll be zoned M1, light industrial, and then we hope to sell that land and use some of the money towards our obligation for the future Germanna Community College project. So I'm in support of this, and I move for approval of R16-61.
Second with a comment, though.
Okay, second comment by Mr. Milday. First, I had a question. The agenda says this action we're taking today approves the rezoning as well as Ms. Baumke's comments. I believe this is just authorizing the county administrator to initiate the application.
Right. It's impossible. You can't rezone like this way.
Right.
You have to go to a public hearing.
That's correct.
Okay, so
send it to the Planning Commission. Yes, sir.
right, but the background summary says approves the rezoning.
Sure does.
Right.
So
Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
okay, so I think we're clear. We're just initiating the application. So if there's no more discussion, please cast your votes. Tally the votes. Okay, the motion passes 7-0. Next, we have Planning and Zoning, amend proffered conditions Zone B2 to modify conditions relating to site design standards and building requirements in the Hartwood District.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to approve ordinance 016-15.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Milliday. Please cast your votes. Is there any discussion? Sorry. Okay, cast your votes.
God.
Okay, tally the vote. Motion passes 7-0. Okay, next we have planning and zoning authorize a conditional use permit to allow vehicle sales zoned B2 in a highway corridor overlay district in the Hartwood district.
Mr. Chairman, I motion to approve resolution R16-44.
Okay, seconded by Mrs. Sellers. Any discussion? Cast your votes. Tally the votes. Motion passes 7-0. Next, we have planning and zoning support a break in the limited access on Centerport Parkway, also in the Hartwood district.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, this item came to the board, was referred to the infrastructure committee. This would send to the CTB, Commonwealth Transportation Board in Richmond, the board's support for a break in limited access on Centerport Parkway to allow for development of a commercial project. Infrastructure committee recommended approval, as does staff.
It's a pleasure.
Chairman,
Mr.
I must
Sellers.
abstain.
Okay.
The reasons are previously stated.
Okay, it was moved by Mr. Milliday, seconded by Ms. Sellers. Is there any discussion on this item? Okay, please cast your votes. Tally the votes. Motion passes 6-0 with one abstention. Okay, next is item number 20, Finance and Budget Capital Improvements Program Presentation.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I'm Nancy Collins, Budget Division Director, and we are here to give you a brief overview of what's new in the proposed CIP. It's not advancing. Yes. Let me click it really hard. Can you do it for me? Okay. All right, so we've talked over the last couple of months about the debt capacity, so we'll briefly cover that the board's financial policies define the measures for debt capacity. It depends on the assessed value of real estate, and it's not to exceed debt service is not to exceed 10% of the budget, and debt service will not increase by more than the 5-year rolling average increase in the budget. And that third one is the one that's constraining us now. The previous calculations on debt capacity have assumed a little bit higher growth rate than we've seen, so we've adjusted that this time, bringing it back to 2.5% for now and about 2.75% in later years of the CIP. So the result of that is that the debt capacity is lowered to $318 million, which is $9 million than last year. So what we're proposing to do today is to just discuss what's new in the CIP or changed. I will just briefly tell you that, and then ask Kathy Volbrecht is going to come up and talk about what's new or changed in park projects, followed by Keith Dayton, who will talk about transportation, and Mike Smith, who will talk about utilities, and then we'll briefly go over public safety and schools. And staff is here to answer any of your questions if you wanted to talk about other projects that we're not addressing. Now, Kathy Volbrecht will come and talk about parks.
Good afternoon, members of the board. I'm Kathy Volbrecht, Interim Director of Parks, Recreation, and Community Facilities. The projects included in the proposed FY17 CIP for Parks, Recreation, and Community Facilities align with the board's priorities for the community, as well as the parks utilization assessment that took place in 2014. That plan focused on our park and recreation needs over the next 5 to 10 years. We also used our facilities plan for parks and recreation that was conducted in 2008 to help guide our proposal. The FY17 proposed CIP includes a bond referendum for consideration for November 2018. That bond referendum could include the following projects: Phase 2 of Patawomack Park. This could include 3 additional lighted, irrigated diamond fields, restrooms, expanded parking, utility upgrades, and new trails. And construction was moved from FY21 to FY23. Could include Musselman Park. This is a new project plan for FY23. The development of the park could possibly include one lighted irrigated diamond field, one lighted irrigated rectangular field, restrooms, water and sewer, picnic shelters, trails, a playground, and parking. And a master plan will be developed for that park. We have
Mr. Snelling.
I just have a quick question.
Please.
I thought Musselman Park was in the last bond referendum we did.
Yes, sir. It was included in the last bond referendum. And I believe the reason we are not working on that now is because we only have about 10 years to borrow that money, and we're running out of time to do that. So we're hoping to do that with this next bond referendum.
So I guess I'm a little confused because the voters have voted to spend the money, but we're not going to spend the money. Is that basically what I'm hearing? So it's got to go to a vote again. It's sort of like that election didn't count, and we're going to try this all over again. Maybe you can help me over here.
We've, Mr. Chairman, Ms. Snellings, the CIP is fully leveraged to the amount that we can borrow. So we could certainly use current capacity and move Musselman forward, but something else would have to give. We've used the lion's share of our parks investment in the CIP to complete Chichester and now Embry Mill. There is money a couple years out for the next phase of Embry Mill Park. But yes, there is the state law allows for voter approved bonds they're good for 8 years. The authority's good for 8 years. You can request the circuit court to give a 2-year extension. We've done that in the case of our parks and road bonds. Parks bond was 2009, and so the authority expires in 2019.
Why don't we do this? Maybe we can get together next week and discuss it so I can get a little bit better handle on this, because I'm getting a lot of questions on it. I mean, people saying we voted on it and it's not happening. So if we could do that, Kathy, I'd appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Cavalier.
Yeah, I would hope that we would put Musselman Park and Pottawatomie Park in the top 2 priority slots for this, because both of those were included in the last bond referendum, and we've not yet started Musselman, and we've only done phase 1 of Pottawatomie. So I think they're definitely the priorities here.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Milday.
Well, I mean, I think what's obvious to me is that you're proposing a bond referendum because you've run out of. First of all, you don't have any debt capacity, even if you pass a bond referendum. How does a bond referendum passing change our debt capacity?
It doesn't.
Okay, then why would you propose a bond referendum? We can't afford to pay back the borrow one.
Well, we can
anyone
in those years, in the years that are specified, we do have capacity.
Okay, and then what about the transportation referendum that passed? They had road projects like Brook Road and James Hill, these death traps that are getting postponed, right? Hoping for HB2 funding. I don't see us. Why aren't we getting those taken care of before we ask the community to borrow more money to do more parks projects?
We're going to get to transportation here as we go through this. I mean, ultimately, there is we have a 10-year capacity in our CIP of $318 million. Those funds are allocated by this board.
Right.
So
but you can't. Is there any extra capacity for transportation projects specifically Brook Road, which was one of the top projects on the referendum?
The extra capacity, no. But could you not do one project and do Brook Road? Absolutely, you could. That's a board decision. What we have attempted to build the CIP for roads using the transportation fund to cover the debt service. If we change our philosophy on that, then we can use the general fund to cover road bond debt service. But there will be a trade-off on other projects. But the answer is absolutely. You could advance any of these projects. Other projects would have to give.
Where does our transportation fund money come from?
Comes principally from 2 sources, the 2.1% motor fuels tax and from the recordation tax.
Thank you.
Mr.
Ms. Popke.
So if I'm understanding what I'm hearing staff say and board member questions, the reason we didn't do Musselman and Pottawatomie is because we spent that money on other projects.
Well, we were told to stand down on Musselman. Musselman was removed from the CIP by the board. We were asked to put it back in, and so we're bringing it back. With respect to Pottawatomie, we did not move forward on phase 2 of that because the bulk of the money was allocated to Chichester and Embry Mill.
And that was a board decision
Yes, ma'am.
before I was on the board.
And Anthony, you can correct me if I'm wrong. If you can correct me if I'm wrong, but when that referendum went out 10 years ago, I think it was pretty well known that there was an awful lot of projects packed in there and they weren't all going to get done.
That's right, and the estimates were a little low.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other questions on that? Okay, please continue.
Yes, the last group of projects that I did want to mention as part of the proposed FY17 CIP are the new and renovated park amenities. These would take place at various parks throughout the county, and they could include projects such as asphalt for parking areas, roads, and trails. One project that could possibly be under that would be Pratt Park. The parking lot there needs attention. These projects could also include ADA upgrades at various parks, lights and signage at our parks. Updating our restrooms, picnic shelters, again at various parks throughout the county, and playgrounds in parks that don't have them, for example at Aquia Landing. We'd also like to upgrade some of the fields at our athletic fields, and also our skate park at Brook Park needs some attention. So that concludes my presentation. Mr. Dayton will now talk to you about transportation.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Keith Dayton, Deputy County Administrator. We've already touched on some of the issues related to transportation, so I'll move through it pretty quickly. Obviously, gas tax revenues are in decline. Recordation remains constant or slightly above, but it can't make up the delta for falling gas tax or fuels tax revenues. Just covering our ongoing annual operation expenses alone, we see red this current fiscal year, and that continues on through the 5-year planning period. Operational expenses are VRE payments, FRED payments, and also debt service payments. So we had to respond to get a CIP that recognized the lowered debt capacity and also the declining revenues to pay for these projects. We did that by deferring 2 projects that were well underway. Enon Road, we plan to halt progress on that through the design, deferring the land acquisition, utility relocation, and construction, pending available funding. We are looking at this as a potential HB2 project for this upcoming year that we would look to the board to authorize that if we were to go forward. We think it'd be a strong candidate. Also, Brook Road, as was previously mentioned, we would look to take it through design, land acquisition, and utility relocation, but postpone start of construction until we can identify available funding. This would also be an HB2 project. And we would perhaps come back and ask the board to put it on our application for next year. Those applications come in around the August time frame.
Mr. Dayton.
Yes, sir.
Assuming we do all those phases of Brook Road, I would assume it helps it score better in the HB2 process, but common sense isn't always common with that bill. Will that help that project score, or?
Yes, sir. Not only will, if we completed design, know exactly what we need to do, have much better cost estimates, but we've also put a lot of money forward on that project, and we feel that it would score well on account of that.
Okay, thank you.
We look to also defer.
Sorry, Ms. Heller?
I do, looking back at those, is HB2, you're just putting it in for the major HB2 funding, or we're talking about district grant programs, which is where we didn't put in a lot of applications last year in district grant funds.
Right. Ms. Sellers, the Enon Road project, because it touches on a primary, US 1, would qualify for a statewide priority project, but also the district grant under HB2, and we would look to apply under both those programs. But again, we expect that Enon Road project to score well. Certainly at the district level, it would score well. Statewide, there's a lot more competition for those dollars, but it would certainly qualify.
Question, what are the dollar amounts with these?
Remaining funding, I have that. We would need about $5.5 million for Brook Road and we would need just barely over 3 million for Enon Road to complete those two. So 8 million out of the total funding. I have not seen what next year's district grant pool of money will be, but we should be in pretty fair shape competing for that.
Ms. Bauke.
Okay, so the comment at the bottom where it says the start of Eskimo Hill Road and Tech Center Drive, per our conversation earlier today, so where we're getting, what was it, CMAQ or RSTP money for Eskimo Hill for the beginning design phase, is that related to this?
No, Ms. Baumke, that's a different project.
Okay.
That's an intersection improvement at Eskimo Hill Road and Route 1. That's the one you're referring to, I believe. Although the two connect, I mean, you need to look at it as a total package, but the Eskimo Hill project that we're talking about actually continues a little further back and would go to Potomac Run Road and then a later phase all the way to Brook Road.
Okay. Thank you.
We also realigned some funding. Courthouse Road was one of the major changes that we had to make. We had to accelerate a bond borrow this fiscal year because VDOT is ready. They're moving forward. It's a design-build project, and we needed to ensure we had full funding for that project at this particular phase. So we have some coming up in FY17 for that. And then also the Courthouse Road and Route 1, the board voted to shift some proffer money from the Aberley development to that Courthouse Road corridor improvements. And also we were successful with our HB2 funding application. So that will fund that one all the way from Route 1 intersection and with Courthouse Road to the Hope Road intersection at Route 1. Also, the board voted to shift some tourism fund money over to the Ferry Road project to fund some additional improvements at that intersection designed to help with the Ferry Farm Foundation George Washington Boyhood Home upgrades that they're doing as well. That freed up some transportation fund money to shift elsewhere. In spite of all these challenges, we are able to start a couple of new projects. One is we're looking at some safety improvements on Route 1 in the area of Woodstock Lane, Telegraph Road. That was approved for some HB2 funding. And then also looking to improve Juggins Road. This would be a project to support the new Moncure Elementary School and very necessary. That's one of our old roads, and there'll be a lot of additional student, teacher, parent, and school bus traffic on that road, so we would look to pick that one up as well. So that concludes the transportation portion, unless there's any other questions that the board might have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mike Smith is up next.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Mike Smith, and I'm the Director of Utilities. I will give you a brief update on the changes to the CIP. As you know, we added a lot of projects last year in order to spur commercial growth. Some of the additions we have are the Able Lake Dam improvements. Due to changes in the state code in 2009, the dam was reclassified as a high hazard dam. Therefore, it doesn't meet the spillway requirements, so we need to do some spillway improvements. That'll be roughly $4 million. We added improvements to the Austin Run Sewer Interceptor through Stafford Village. We added another section of Route 1 sewer from Hidden Valley to Potomac Hills. We have a Route 1 sewer project that's getting ready to go out on the street now that will go from Potomac Hills south, and we have the force main that goes from the Hildrup's pump station down to Hidden Valley. So this will fix that part in the middle, and then we'll have the increased capacity all the way from Boswell's Corner down, so that when we have additional growth in the Quantico Corporate Center, we'll be able to handle it. And we also have increased some maintenance equipment for operations over the lean years. We put some of that off, so this will get those back up to snuff. Some of the projects that we've accelerated are the Centerport water tank and pump station to provide adequate fire flow. We expect that area to grow. We're adding sewer this summer. We'll be advertising that this week as well. And so we wanted to increase the water supply Once you have sewer there, people are going to move in, and we want to make sure we can handle those commercial businesses. The Aquia Creek Sewer Pump Station and Force Main, that'll complete the sewer from Boswell's Corner all the way down. It'll take it from Aquia Creek Pump Station all the way to the treatment facility. We also removed or delayed some projects so that we could afford the ones that we had to add. The Potomac Creek Pump Station and Force Main, we delayed that slightly. As I said, we're adding sewer to the Centerport area, which flows to Potomac Creek. However, we do have some capacity in there, so we were able to push that out a little bit. And we removed the radio meter program. We had added that because we felt that it would save us some personnel costs. However, when we talked to other people who have installed those, it actually increased the cost because you have to have so many people out there maintaining those. They have a lot of issues with them. And also those batteries only last for 10 years. And so you have to replace batteries we have 35,000 customers, so it would end up costing us $500,000 a year just for batteries.
Ms. Mauer.
Yes, on the Able Lake Dam improvements, and this question might be for Keith Dayton, have we heard back from the state regarding the spillway design specifications?
Yes, they have come back with those specifications, and O'Brien and Gear, our engineer who is working on this, does have those. And we believe that for the smaller Potomac Creek 2, that it will drop it low enough that we won't have to improve that spillway. However, the Able Lake is still over those, so we will have to.
Is it going to reduce the cost at all for that construction?
We're in the beginning of the design yet. The $4 million was just a
placeholder number?
Yes.
Okay.
So we have to see what that comes out with. We have a proposal from them, so we'll be moving forward on the completion of the spillway analysis, and then we'll look at what we have to do to upgrade it.
So it was approved, it is finalized?
What is?
Ms. Mauer, what's happened to date is that a team of technical experts have prepared revised standards.
Right.
And those revised standards are now posted on the State Water Control Board website with the caveat, use at your own risk. The board itself is scheduled to act upon those standards, I believe, at their May meeting. The expectation is that the panel, the board panel, are basically non-technical. That's not to say they don't understand dams, but they're non-technical. The expectation is they will go ahead and adopt those standards that were pulled together by quite a large pool of experts in dam design and hydrology.
Okay, I was under the impression that the board was going to meet in March and approve those dam standards.
Well, and I could be wrong, but yes, the meeting is imminent, but it is this spring, and I'm not sure if it's March or May. I can
right.
double check that.
I appreciate it. You know my interest in dams.
Right. Yes, ma'am.
Please continue.
As we prioritized our projects, we included the current condition of the infrastructure, the regulatory requirements, capacity needs in the near future, and our build-out and projects which would spur economic commercial growth in our targeted areas of the county. Those projects combine these issues were given a higher priority. For instance, Falls Run Force Main. I think some of you will remember we had a couple of breaks last year in the Falls Run Force Main. So that's a capacity project. We're increasing the capacity, but it's also going to replace that pipe so we won't have those maintenance issues. So those kind of things, when we saw those got a higher priority on our list. As I mentioned, we discussed with the board in the fiscal year 16 CIP that the addition of these projects will require a large investment that will require rate increases. I'll also mention that as developers come in, they will pay pro rata and they will pay availabilities, and those funds will be used on our rehabilitation, repair, and maintenance costs, which are user fees. So the user fees will be reimbursed for those costs that go towards these projects. Are there any questions?
Yep, good job.
Thank you.
So I will briefly address public safety and schools, although the staff is here if you have any questions on those. So what's new in public safety? In year 2021, we're proposing replacement of the current CAD system. In 2021, that system will have been in use for 25 years, although it's been upgraded, and this will bring it up to the state of the art. And then the public safety command bus will have been in use for 18 years in 2021, and we're proposing that that be replaced at that time. And then the schools is exactly the same presentation we had at the proposed budget presentation. The board has discussed some of these projects before, recently approved the new elementary education specs. Moncure Elementary School is in there, including $2 million cash funded. Ferry Farm Elementary has a capacity of 750 students that can be expanded to 950, and it has been moved out a year. There's a renovation for Drew Middle School. Fleet Services has been in the CIP for a number of years. That's been moved back a year. And the North Stafford High School Library upgrade is a new project. It will be funded with cash. And then high school number 6 has been moved to 2028. And then we're happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? None? Thank you very much. Okay, next on the agenda, we have item number 22, discuss construction of 2 artificial turf fields at Embry Mill Park.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I will address this matter. Computer, please. As we noted earlier, that the board has authorized 4 artificial turf fields. Those were full-size fields. Those have now been completed. Ultimately, there'll be 7 grass fields as contemplated right now of various sizes for 11 field total complex. We've also completed construction of 2 of the grass fields. Those are close to the artificial turf fields, and they will be in service next year. They need another season to grow in. They're not ready for play this year. Should be ready this fall. The board did authorize $2.7 million in bond funding. We have pulled that money down to complete 2 of the remaining fields, and those are full size. I've got a diagram in just a moment. And the board is also considering funding of another $2.9 million in FY18 to finish out Embry Mill Park with completion of 3 grass fields. This illustration was in your package. What I wanted to talk to you about this afternoon is this phase over here, 2 full-size fields adjacent to the entry road going in, and then the final phase that is now programmed for FY 2018 is over here adjacent to Mine Road. Picture of the fields that are completed and will go into service this weekend. As a matter of fact, they are lighted, full-sized. 2 of them are set up for football play. That makes them a little longer. We have 2 lighted grass fields, restroom and concession building, along with the playground that Kathy showed you a little earlier. Now, the board recently approved some park proffers in conjunction with a proffer amendment at a nearby development. That included in-kind work valued at nearly $1 million on fields 7 and 8. Those are the 2 fields I just circled. And a cash payment of $250,000 towards Embry Mill Park. The board could consider applying this funding towards upgrading the 2 full-size fields to artificial turf. We estimate the cost of that upgrade, if done at this time, to be just over $1.1 million. The total cost for those turf fields then, with the parking, restrooms, the other associated work, is estimated at just over $3.8 million, which would be less than the $3.9 million plus change in funding that we'd have available, combining the in-kind work, the cash proffers, and also the bond funding that we now have in hand. Remind the board of some considerations when thinking about artificial turf. It does allow for more intense use. This makes the equivalent field depending on which source you use, anywhere from 2.3 to 3 grass fields. It gives us virtually all-weather use of those fields, and that makes us more attractive to tournaments. For instance, this weekend, our 4 turf fields are scheduled for 86 games, while we're only able to schedule 40 games on 4 grass fields down at Pratt Park. So it really not only ups the intensity of play year-round for our residents, but also the attractiveness for tournaments coming in from outside. We had been contacted by 3 different groups. One is our local soccer association, and then the U.S. Adult Soccer Association, and finally program management, recreational program management firm that specializes in lacrosse and field hockey. All of them weighed in and said that going from 4 to 6 qualifies us for consideration for much larger tournaments, because we're able to run more games, run more age groups simultaneously. This gives us an opportunity, at least, for some increased monetary benefits. For example, going back to the 2012 St. Patrick's Day tournament, we did a financial analysis of that, and it was determined that about $1 million in spending to our retailers and hotels and restaurants came in just in that one weekend alone. As we grow our ability to host these tournaments, more of that revenue is concentrated in Stafford rather than being spread throughout the region. We can also have these turf fields ready for play next spring, essentially finish them up this year, whereas if we go with a grass field, we'll need the summer of 2017 to allow them to mature. This diagram graphic was in your package, but essentially shows the funding. If we look at this phase alone, we have available $3,944,000 and an estimated cost with contingency all in of just over $3.8 million. We're also looking at future funding. We have almost $7 million total available, assuming that the board moves forward with the CIP as proposed. And we now estimate a build-out cost for all 11 fields at just over $5.1 million.
We have a question. Ms. Sellers.
Is that because bids are coming in low, or why are we seeing such a discrepancy there?
Well, it's because the estimate that we used to base our funding strategy on was a couple years old, and we have better numbers now than we did back then on which to base our estimate. For one thing, when we bid these fields out a while ago, and we were unable to come up with enough money to complete Embry Mill at that time, so we not only have estimates from engineers, but we also have bid numbers from contractors, so we feel very comfortable with this number that we're showing you here.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Mildy.
can we go back one slide? Go back 2 slides. Can we just talk about this $1 million in spending by participants? I assume you've counted the families that came and then decided how much they each spent, or how did you do that?
It is basically counting the number of attendees, and the way it's done, I guess, is to estimate the number of overnight stays and what it costs to stay in a motel room, the number of meals based upon not only the participants that are there, but the families that come along with them.
Is it a one-day tournament or is it
It's a 2-day tournament.
And so you don't have those numbers. You wouldn't remember any of the details, would you?
No, sir. It was a study that was done 4 years ago. I don't have it at my fingertips, but
do you recall how much actually came back to the county in the form of transient occupancy tax, or the one penny on the meals tax?
That number was in there. I didn't include it in this presentation. I'd prefer to look it up and make sure I've got an exact number, but they did have that amount in there in terms of what comes back in taxes. And then there's another number that comes back in terms of revenue for fields rented and concessions and that sort of thing.
I mean, those are important discussions to have if you're making the assertion, which you are doing here, it looks to me, that this somehow pays for itself, or almost pays for itself, or just creates some, are you saying it comes close, or just does a little bit of financial benefit? Is there some long way around to say that this is a profitable?
It would take a number of years based upon tax collections and our concessions and our field rental to pay back this additional cost.
Okay.
Without a doubt.
Thank you.
So a lot of the benefit goes to the realtors, but it also goes to the residents in that we have more fields available for play in all weather conditions.
And just over the last several years since I've been on the board, I mean, we've added Chichester and Embry Mill are the two big ones. Have we really added any other parks besides those two?
Patawomack.
Patawomack. Which now, I'm not going to cheat and count the parks we took back from Fredericksburg region, but our own stock, if you take away the Fredericksburg parks that we just inherited overnight, we kind of like doubled or tripled our current fields in the last 10 years. Do you know?
Check my leap day comparison. I can tell you in just a minute.
And remind me of the Stafford Value Index while you're at it. I mean, I'm not trying to get down on the idea.
We'll have to get you the answer. I mean, we have absolutely added to our inventory.
I don't mean added. I mean like doubled or tripled.
Well, these are
I'm not counting the Fredericksburg because I don't think it counts. We took them in overnight.
Yeah, these are parks and recreational facilities. We'll have to get back to you on the number of ball fields. But in 2004, we had 18 facilities in the county. Today, we have 23 with the opening of Embry Mill and the Rouse Center. And we'll get back to you on the ball fields.
Okay. Yeah, so we were not, and then we've improved the surface of a bunch of the fields. We've got the Smith Lake. We spent a couple $1 million down there on artificial turf, and now we're doing it at Embry Mill. I mean, I just don't want anyone to walk away from this conversation thinking that this is not an area where we've been spending a ton of money. It's just one of our huge increases. And everything you take away from, spend money on one thing, you're going to be taking it away from something else around here. Unfortunately, that's how it works. Thanks.
Ms. Sellers.
I want to put it into perspective too, that 15 years ago, home field advantage in Stafford County was you knew where the hole was, so you didn't fall in it. The people who traveled here fell in it and broke their ankle. That was home field advantage when I was playing soccer in the St. Patrick's Day tournament. And so to see where we've come and to see this tournament grow is amazing. And as somebody who's grown up playing sports at this level, these tournaments bring in a lot of money. And anybody here, and there's several folks on the board whose children play at this level, you know how much money you spend at these tournaments and what you walk away saying. And so I think it's more than just this will take away from something else. This is something that Stafford County will be known for, and it's far better, in my opinion, than being known for terrible fields, which we were 15 years ago.
Mr. Milday.
Okay. But I'm not saying that. I'm saying we've doubled or doubled off fields, or maybe tripled them if you count the Fredericksburg parks.
You're comparing apples to oranges.
No, I mean, we're just wondering where you stop. How many teachers aren't you going to hire? How many deputies aren't you going to hire? I mean, that's what we come in here. That's what Charlotte Jett came in here and said to us a few months ago, that we needed to spend $15 million a year on deputies. I'm just wondering how you balance it out, the safety issues at Brook Road.
And to get back to the question, also mention that right now we have one major tournament that we bring in to the county that for rectangular fields. This opens us up to wider groups, more tournaments per year, and more sports that we can look to attract. And that would get back against additional revenue if there's additional events that we're able to attract. So the next steps, if the board desires to upgrade to artificial turf, we do need to modify our design plans because the grading changes to accommodate artificial turf versus grass. The slope changes and how you put it together, we would need to adjust those plans. We would then coordinate with the developer to make a few modifications to what they'd originally planned to do to accommodate those changes in grading. We would look to bid our remaining work later this spring for work to begin this summer. That would allow us to get the parking lot, the restrooms, and the other ancillary work necessary completed by the end of the year. Our field lighting and our artificial turf would be contracted using existing state and national contracts. That's essentially how we had the turf fields that are done already, constructed. And then finally, the larger contracts would come back to the board for consideration and vote at a later date. So this wouldn't be the last opportunity the board would have to discuss the matter.
I have a question. In last year's CIP, the one we're operating under now, phase 3 of this park is 5.6 million. In the new CIP, it's dropped to 2.9. So I was wondering, did some of the scope of 3 fall into, or is it funding sources that changed? What caused that number to change?
Well,
It's, Mr. Chairman, it's because we borrowed the 2.7 million of it last year. So that money's in the bank.
There's
So
the funding sources. It
Yes, sir.
occurred earlier than we thought, maybe?
Yes, the CIP is future borrows, future expenses. So since the 2.7 is in the bank, it's not showing in the CIP that's proposed in front of you now.
Okay. So the question I was getting to is, currently phase 3 is supposed to be grass fields, but I kind of see how this keeps working. So next year or the year after, when we decide those need to be turf as well, have we thought about how much that's going to be? Do we even have an estimate? It would be another $1 million to those 4 fields in phase 3.
We do have another estimate, and it is right around 1 million. Those 3 fields are small. They're U8 and U10. Not to say that they couldn't be upgraded, but I think it's fair to say right now that we aren't, staff is not looking at that. That's more of a recreational opportunity in that size field and less of a tournament option.
I'm going to hold you to it. Okay, any other questions? Ms. Bompkins?
So where are we getting this money?
The Ms. Bompke, the proffer money is set up on basically on a per unit basis. So as they pull permits or get occupancy permits, then the money will come in over time.
So we're borrowing from ourselves internally until that money comes in.
It has been done that way in the past, that the county would upfront and then get paid back out of proffers. That's certainly one option. Now, the $975,000 of in-kind work, that will be done this spring. So the larger piece of that would be provided upfront, and they would like to get started right away. It's the cash part that we're talking about at $250,000 that would come in incrementally over time.
The bulk of the money, Mr. Chairman, is 09 park bond money.
Right.
Just sitting there. Wait, we have to spend it. We're borrowed on it. We're paying interest on it already.
We borrowed $2.7 million. Yes, that's in the bank.
Does it break? We break even right now, or how? What's the arbitrage rule? Are we losing money on? Should we hurry up and spend it because we're getting it back? Where it costs us more not to spend it?
I wish it did. No, we're getting a fraction of a % in interest.
So we're paying interest on money that's just sitting there. Okay.
So this is new business, so not necessarily for action, but I think staff was kind of looking to see if there was consensus to let them kind of start adjusting. We would have to vote on this, obviously, as a contract when it comes back. But if there's, not broad consensus, then maybe we should continue the conversation and have some sort of vote on whether we change this or not. So just kind of looking at the board. The timing, he said maybe send it to infrastructure, but I didn't know how long a 4 or 5, 6 week delay would.
We do. It is time sensitive, right. Mr. Chairman. We would ask that the board make a decision by April 5th, so we could put it on the infrastructure agenda, but we'd ask for board action the same day. Just because the in-kind work is about to be undertaken, and we don't want to miss the spring construction season.
Okay.
But it can certainly keep till the next meeting.
Does anybody have a problem with that? Okay, that's the way we'll go. Okay, number 23, Fire and Rescue. Authorize the county administrator to apply for the 2015 staffing for adequate fire and rescue response. Fire and emergency response, SAFER grant. Chief, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members of the board, Mark Lockhart, County Fire and EMS Chief. The matter for you to consider this afternoon is the department's desire to apply for another SAFER grant. We had filed this application last year, and we're not successful, we have updated our application. The application period opened on February 22nd, and it closes on March 25th. We are requesting $2.3 million for the duration of the 2-year grant period. Those funds would fund 16 positions within the department that would be used to guarantee minimum 4-person staffing on all of our career staffed engines. Again, that grant period has opened and it will close on the 25th. We expect the awards to begin being made sometime in July and run through the end of August, first part of September. So it is rather time sensitive. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Any questions?
All those engines, all of our folks are EMT trained. Can you go over that like you did earlier? Tell us how the medics are on the engine.
The career staffed engines in the county, which there are 4 on any given day, are all staffed by a minimum of 1 ALS provider, either an EMT intermediate or EMT paramedic. And then the additional career staff are also certified to the level of EMT basic by the Commonwealth of Virginia.
And just because the public may not know, when you say the 4 career staffed, can you just...
Yes, that would be the career staffing at Station 12 in Berea, Station 9 at Aquia, Station 4 at Mountain View, and Station 14 at Shelton Shop.
Thank you. Ms. Meyer.
Just quick question, and I should have asked it in public safety this afternoon, but do we have the equipment already available for these new firefighters to utilize? Or are we going to need an investment in it also?
Ms. Meyer, we have the equipment available. These 16 positions would be utilized to guarantee minimum 4-person staffing on the existing apparatus.
Ms. Baumke?
And Mr. Lockhart, and I've asked this question before, so if we apply for the 16 and we get the 16, we could request, depending on what our needs and resources are then, we could request something less, but it would have to go back to scoring. And then we would have to wait until we receive that final authorization if they gave it to us. Is that correct?
Yes, Ms. Baumke, that's correct. The way the grant award is made is typically the county would be notified. We then have 30 days to accept or decline the award. If we were to go back, as we did with the 2011 grant, and say we would rather have fewer positions, they would have to resubmit that application back through the scoring process, at which point, again, we're at their mercy whether they decide to award that to us or not.
Can you also explain to me how, with this grant, these firemen will be working with our EMTs in our cross-training and cross-running apparatus like we're doing at Station 2 for the first time?
Well, these positions, again, would be utilized to guarantee that we have a minimum of 4 people on the 4 career staffed engines, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Right now, we have that ability rarely. Our typical staffing on an engine is 3 firefighters. So these positions would be integrated into that existing staffing plan that we have now, and those folks would work with the existing staff that we have. They would simply be an addition to the existing crew.
But these firefighters would not be running EMT calls in an ambulance, is that correct?
The premise of the SAFER grant program is the addition of firefighters to fire apparatus.
Mm-hmm.
So those positions would need to be allocated toward that end. At the end of the 2-year grant period, then the department and the county has the ability to reallocate that staffing wherever they see fit.
Okay, thank you.
Hold on. Mr. Mildy.
What are the costs associated with training, recruit training and equipment? It says it'll be absorbed within the budget.
Yes, sir. We have those costs that we've broken down. The onboarding cost right now for recruit in our department is about $16,000 to $18,000.
It's just not much, but I mean, relatively speaking, but that's another 200 something thousand. And so I'm just making sure I understand this. We'll save if we hire 16 firemen and we are awarded the grant, we'll save $2.3 million.
Over the 2-year grant period, yes, sir.
But then we're, of course, obligated to continue that expense.
Well, the SAFER grant program did change a few years ago. There was, under the 2011 program, there was a requirement that we maintain those positions for a 3rd year. That requirement was removed and is no longer part of the program.
Clever, because we never actually reduced our force. That's good. I forgot that. I knew that you told me that a while back. And, so we're basically, in my mind, not really a question, but it will lead to one. We're committing to $2.3 million in expense in perpetuity. So we're being asked here, if we apply for this, I think we're saying that we're going to do it, right? I mean, you just told us if we try to scale it back, it's going to have to be reapplied for.
It's half,
half of
Mr.
that.
Chairman, $1.2 million, roughly.
And so, shouldn't we be deciding on the number we really want to hire when we ask for this grant? I know this happens every time, but I wonder if that isn't the way that you're supposed to go on this. I understand it's time sensitive, but I'm certainly not ready to make a decision on how many firemen to hire. That's just my opinion, Mr. Chairman. Thanks. Sorry, it's not a question.
Thank you. Mrs. Mauer?
Yes, according to our staffing study, how many firefighters are we planning to hire over the next several years?
The staffing plan that the board approved last year called for the addition of approximately 52 positions.
And we have 15 in this current fiscal year that we are intending? I mean, in the current proposed budget?
In the proposed FY17 budget, yes, ma'am.
All right. And one more question, if you don't mind. Are you prepared for the fiscal year 18 budget to kind of plan for these firefighters that would be coming on the county dime in 19?
Yes, ma'am. Based on our estimate of the timing of the process for the award of the grant, we estimate that we would begin to pick up local costs in the second half of FY19, so that would be a partial year, and then full year cost would hit in FY20. So we have the opportunity to stair step it. One thing that Ms. Peratt brought to my attention after the Finance Committee meeting, the Public Safety Committee meeting this afternoon, which I had forgotten, is that in our financial policies, we've been ramping up cash capital every year to get to a certain threshold. We will be there in FY18, we will be there, and so those numbers won't have to be ramped up further. That will give us in the neighborhood of 300,000 or so in flexibility. So that's something that's built into the base today that we won't have to continue to add once we get into FY18. So that'll could potentially offset part of the cost.
Ms. Sellers?
So do these firefighters have to go on a career staffed engine, or can we, because we currently run the hybrid system, can they be used to make a 4-man engine on a volunteer engine? Can we use them throughout?
Well, as we're applying for them to guarantee minimum 4-person staffing on the engine, I would say that many times they're very particular that you adhere to that during the grant performance period. That's not to say that if we had an engine where we had a combination volunteer and career staffing situation that they couldn't be used there. But I think based on the grant guidance and the information that we have, that's where we would place them. Now, do they need to be rotated out for a day or a shift? That's a possibility.
Mr. Snellings?
I'm not sure I understand. If our volunteers are trained the same as our career, how does the government look at them differently?
Well, I don't know that they do, Mr. Snellings. I think they would view them the same way. But what we've said what the grant guidance has told us is that it's for minimum 4-person staffing. They don't differentiate between career and volunteer.
But I guess where I'm confused is 4-person staffing could be 2 career and 2 volunteer.
Yes, sir.
Okay, then I'm not confused anymore. Thank you.
Mr. Mildy, still have a question, or was that it?
That would help us.
Yeah. No, I'll wait a second, actually. We'll get to me in a minute.
I think it's your turn.
Do you have a question?
Oh, no,
Okay.
I'll go back to my point in a moment.
Okay. And any other questions at the moment? Okay. Is that it?
That's it.
Okay. What is the pleasure of the board on this one?
I'd like to make the motion to, are we making a motion to approve it, or is
We'll entertain that.
this is the new business?
R16-87.
This one is kind of time sensitive, which is why we.
Okay.
That's why we had.
I'll make the
a
motion
resolution.
to approve.
I'll second that.
Okay, that's R16-87. Any discussion?
Yeah, I just have a last comment. And we have 110 or 116 firefighters right now.
We have 94 that are actually in the fire stations today, a little bit over 110 positions when you add fire marshal's office, command staff, and civilians.
And so our staffing plan, these staffing plans that we vote on, they're not necessarily, we don't necessarily do the cost analysis on those when we vote on them, right? I mean, I'm just, my point is, I'm going to vote against this. It's just, I think it's a little too lofty to ask to try to double our, even to add this many 10% or 15% to our staff this quickly. And I certainly don't agree that we can afford to hire 50 firefighters in the next few years as much as we need them, because I know that those costs compete with other things. So I just think it's too many positions. This will be the largest hire we've ever done at one time, if not mistaken, right? If we were to hire 16 positions at one time?
No, sir. The largest one was when the board instituted ambulance fees. That was, I believe, 24.
How many were that?
I'm sorry?
How many did we hire that day, that time? In 2000?
I believe it was 24.
How many people?
24.
Oh, 24. I didn't hear you
Yeah,
say that.
I'm sorry. I'll double check that, but it was in the 20 to 24 when we instituted ambulance fees. That's the biggest one.
Well, it was, of course, it was funded. That's why we did it. But thank you.
Ms. Sellers?
Obviously, I'm going to support it. I made the motion, but one of the points that I really liked after reading through the grant is that it does take into consideration the hybrid model, and we do have volunteer departments that for the first time are asking for career staff, and this would give us an opportunity to put career staff there at little to no cost to us. So that's why I'm supporting it, in addition to increasing our career staff. But
Ms. Bumke?
Yeah, I'd just like to say that I am going to support this, but I do want to go back to the comment that Mr. Snelling said that I'm going to support it such that the career and the volunteer staff can run together.
Mr. Milday?
Just last comment is it's just to be, the volunteer chiefs have been asking for career staff for many years in certain places. Brook is one and Company 2 is another. Just, I think Falmouth finally broke down a few years ago and started asking too. So they've been asking for a while, and we've been increasing. We had almost no fire and rescue department when I got here. Again, we've done a good job, but this is too much all at once.
Okay, any more comments? Okay, I'm going to support this, but I think, Mr. Milday's warning about 1 and 2 budget years from now is very valid. When it, comes time to look at things like the school board's request that year, we're already going to be, pretty pre-committed, because I don't think anyone up here would get rid of 16 firefighters after this grant period ends. So we'll deal with it when we get to it. We decided as a board that we wanted this year to be, our budget be the year of public safety. So I think you brought this at a pretty good time, because that is the focus of the board. So I guess this will kind of force us to have the next 1 or 2 years be focused on public safety. So with that, please cast your votes. Was there any more comments? I'm sorry. Good. Tally the vote. Motion passes 6-1. Next item is item 24, discuss section 6-1B of the board's bylaws. Mr. Milley?
Yeah, it's real simple. I just wanted to, everyone here on the board knows that at a FAMPO meeting a couple of months ago, we had a split vote on whether or not to send a letter to our Richmond delegation saying that we supported a floor on the gas tax. And I hope this doesn't devolve into a big argument. It's clear to me that the letter that ended up being sent is identical to the language that this board passed unanimously in its legislative initiative or requests, and also it's absolutely identical to the ones that Bob, you and I voted on at VRE. And I just wanted to be clear that I am under an obligation to vote consistent with this board's wishes, if I know what they are. And the bylaws actually say that. They say what you think, what they seem, what they are. It doesn't leave a lot of ambiguity. But will you put the bylaw up just for me real quickly?
Computer, please.
It's anticipated and expected that a member cast a vote or otherwise take an official action that's consistent with the position taken by the board and is expressed by an official vote while acting on any board, authority, commission, committee, or other legal entity. By accepting your nomination, the nominee agrees to adherence to those bylaws. And it literally was almost verbatim what was voted on and what this board had expressed their support for. And I need to know if I'm in the wrong. But I'll go back and change my vote if I can go out and just vote any way I'd like to on boards and commissions. This was put in place because of something that happened a long time ago, right before I got on the board. So anyway, I don't need to argue it anymore. A couple of our members did not vote consistent with what this board wanted us to do, and it may have been an oversight. And I just needed to have a minute to say that I was very confused, and I felt it didn't feel very good to have my two of my board members on the wrong side of an issue with me at a regional body. Thanks.
Okay. Any comments?
All right. Well, since I was one of those board members, I'm happy to speak on that. And it didn't feel very good to me either. So, you know, I made the decision at the time, and I made that decision for various reasons. First of all, you know, we are all colleagues, and we are on the same team. And I feel, and I know Ms. Sellers can speak for herself, I wish I had known about that add-on agenda item, and that we had had the courtesy to even make a phone call to PRTC and VRE and maybe craft that letter the way we all would have wanted that letter crafted and send it down to the General Assembly. But we were never given that opportunity, and you knew about that, and I didn't appreciate, and so I have to say I you know, respectfully disagree with your thoughts, Mr. Milday, because, you know, I feel like as your colleague, we should have been approached about that letter prior to the meeting, and it should not have been a surprise. And I also disagree with the fact that there was a $24 million rollback in there in that resolution. And whenever you slap something on at the end of any meeting, you know, when it's very late in the evening, I wasn't going to support it. So, you know, I would just like to say in the future, I hope we can treat each other a little bit better at the regional level. And that was my very first FAMPO meeting, and I really would have appreciated you reaching out to me and saying, hey, we have this add-on item. I'd like your support on it tonight, and not have something hit the agenda at the last minute.
Ms. Ellen?
Thank you.
As the other person who voted against it, I'll echo what Mrs. Bomke is saying, but I'll also say that I disagree that we didn't vote against a letter. What came out in discussion during that is that PRTC, VRE, and VTC were all asking the House of Delegates to support a bill that had passed that week in the Senate asking for a gas tax floor at the 2013 rate of $2.50 a gallon. It doesn't take a mathematician to look at the numbers and see that we were advocating for a tax increase, which was never discussed at this board. We never discussed a tax increase on this board. And when it was presented to us, like Ms. Bomke said, it was presented at last minute. A letter was thrown on the table, and during one board member's comments, he said, look at this letter that I put on the table at the beginning of GWRC, which happened 4 hours earlier. FAMPO is a circus. It goes on for hours, always has, always does. And so by the time you get to the end and you get to this letter where we're being asked to essentially advocate to support a Senate bill increasing everybody's gas tax, that would happen the beginning of July when, oh, by the way, here in Stafford County, our gas price already goes up. I did not feel that was something that the Board of Supervisors or Stafford County had voted for. That's why I voted against it.
Mr. Chair?
Mr. Mildy?
Well, last time I asked this to be on the agenda, it's conveniently all the backup documentation wasn't in the board package. So I said, they said you can still talk about it, but you'll just have it on the add-on folder, which is out of the view of the people who can go online and see about the details on this issue. Will you bring the letter up, please, that was passed? So I'll say...
Mr. Mildy, just a point of clarification. When that point was made, I specifically told you, if I were you, I would wait 2 weeks so you could get it in the public.
I just thought it was convenient because I asked that this be added to the agenda along with backup. I thought there was plenty of time to get it on there, but whatever. Here it is. I had to wait another week and a half. This is the letter. If you can take your time or go online. I don't know if you're just don't pay attention or if you're being dishonest on purpose, but there's nothing in here about a gas tax increase, not a darn thing about it anywhere. And if you don't believe me, anyone can go online and look at it. That is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. I said in the minutes, which are also in the background, 5 different times, there's no tax increase here, implied or otherwise, because I don't support a gas tax increase. I just don't know where you're coming up with that, but it's not true, and you can't prove it with the facts. You can say whatever you want, but that's not what's going on here in real life. So the whole world is welcome to look at the documents, and Mrs. Bomke didn't even say anything that there was a gas tax increase. And by the way, this wasn't my add-on item. I did not know about it before, and if it was brought up at GWRC, you knew about it before I did.
No, it was laid on the table. at
I had never
GWRC.
seen it before, but I was certainly familiar with the concept of a floor on the gas tax set at current rates, which is not a gas tax increase, because this board had already voted on it as a legislative initiative. We had discussed it in your committees, both of you, and brought it to this board. So
Well, let's just add to that.
Hold on a second. We need to bring this back to the item, which is a bylaws violation. So let's keep it down to whether or not we had a bylaws violation. Me personally, I've heard all 3 of you speak to me, and I understand how each of you voted. And I personally don't think, even though your votes were different, they were necessarily against the bylaws. Mr. Mildy and I serve on VRE. There's one year I voted against the budget. One year he voted for it. Sometimes these things aren't clear cut. So I'm not really sure where we go from here, but I don't blame either of the 3 of you for the way you voted, and I would support you if you did it again, each of your votes the way they were. So I don't know if we need to add anything more to that, but the rest of the board feel any differently?
I just want to make sure that everyone knows it is clear in our bylaws that whatever boards and commissions and committees that we serve on in regional capacities, we do follow the guidance of this board. And I think that's where we just need to be crystal clear.
I think it's a good reminder. Good?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Ms. Maurer, would you like to offer a motion?
Oh, absolutely. Whereas the board desires to hold a closed meeting for discussion and consideration of the performance of specific public officers, appointees, and employees of the county, and consultation with legal counsel and briefings by staff members pertaining to probable litigation, where such consultation or briefing in open meeting would adversely affect the negotiating or litigating posture of the board, and whereas pursuant to Code 2.2-3711A1 and A7, such discussions may occur in closed meeting.
Do we have a second? Second by Mr. Milday. Please cast your votes. Tally the votes. Motion passes 7-0. Do we have a motion to certify the closed meeting? Moved by Ms. Maurer, second by Ms. Sellers. Please cast your vote. Tally the vote. Motion passes 7-0. Board will now be in recess until 5:15. At this time, I'd like to call to order the 7 p.m. session of the March 15th, 2016 meeting of the Stafford County Board of Supervisors. At this time, Supervisor Bomke will lead us in the invocation, and Supervisor Cavalier will lead us in the pledge. Please rise.
Let us pray. Lord, we give thanks for the many blessings you have bestowed upon us. As we gather in these chambers tonight with our school board, please prepare our hearts and minds to consider the business before us. Give us insight to lead with integrity and wisdom, that our decisions may reflect what is right and good for those that have put their trust in our leadership. Lord, we ask for your continued support and prayer for our men and women in uniform throughout the world and our own fire and rescue and sheriff staff, and we thank all of them for their service to each of us every day. In your name we pray. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to
flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
At this time, I think Mr. Romanello has a late-breaking announcement to make.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, we were just alerted a little while ago that Metro will be closed tomorrow for repairs. There'll be no Metro trains tomorrow. The VRE is running and will run on a regular schedule. Because of the Metro closure, they won't be able to add trains, but they are running a regular schedule tomorrow. Obviously, we anticipate that will have tremendous traffic impacts throughout the county and Northern Virginia. The Sheriff's Office and Fire and Rescue are meeting as we speak to begin to work on a traffic plan for tomorrow. The federal government has gone to unscheduled leave tomorrow, which should help the lighten the load just a little bit. But tomorrow is going to be an especially difficult traffic day. Metro should resume operations at 5 a.m. Thursday morning.
Mr. Mildy?
But I'm missing the obvious, right? Why is Metro and DC and Northern Virginia going to cause? No, why is it going to cause a traffic jam in Stafford? Oh, so they'll stay off of the VRE because they can't connect. That makes sense. Got it. Yeah, there's an obvious answer.
Thank you, Mr. Mildy. At this time, it's my pleasure to introduce Congressman Rob Whitman, who's here to touch base with us and give us a brief legislative update. Rob, the floor is yours.
Chairman Thomas, thank you. It's, as always, an honor to be here with the board. Brings back fond memories of my days on the Board of Supervisors. This truly is where the rubber hits the road, so I want to thank each of you for the great job that you do on behalf of Stafford County citizens. I know it's a challenging job, especially in today's environment of all the challenges we have around us, so thank you. Wanted to give you a couple of updates on things going on in D.C. that I think will be of significant interest to Stafford County. One is on transportation. As you know, transportation bill did pass. One of the elements in there were some additional dollars for the state of Virginia. It's about $6 billion over the life of this bill. There are some good parts of it, and that is it authorizes transportation at the federal level for 5 years. As in typical Washington fashion, it funds it for 3 years. So we'll have to come up with the money for the remaining 2 years. But in the meantime, there are dollars in this plan for the Rappahannock River crossing going to the south, which is good news. The key is what they forgot is that there's also a northbound lane. So we are looking at the dollars that used to be in what was called the Tiger Grant program, which is now called the FAST program. As you know, we're working with FAMPO and others to put an application in to compete for those funds to hopefully get the north crossing of the Rappahannock done on 95. As you know, there's a little more complexity there because of the Falmouth interchange, but I believe that it can be a very competitive project. So we look to do everything we can to hopefully successfully get it across the line in that competition so that we can have that long-term plan. I think we all know that in order to keep from just pushing the problem further down the road, and we're glad that VDOT's coming up with the improvements down to the Stafford exit. But we all know in order to get it done in the long term, it needs to go down to 126 at Massaponax. So this, we believe, at least gets that closer to happening, and there is a role the federal government can play there rather than getting in the way. We're also trying to work with the federal government. We think there's some elements that can happen as far as shortening the time process for these projects, and that is for the federal government to either truncate their approval process or to make sure that they rely on the states in their effort in both the design and proposal elements of these projects to help in the timeliness of it. We think there are ways that we can get projects built a lot faster if we cut out some of these layers of bureaucracy. So we're also working with them to try to find ways to do some upfront planning and conversations on these projects to save some time. So we'll continue to do that. If there are any other issues too on the transportation front that we can help with in Stafford County, I know you all have a number of independent projects going, but we want to make sure that we're there to, as I said, either help or get out of the way, whichever is most beneficial. That's what we want to do. Secondly, there's been a lot of discussion too about the federal government footprint and what we are going to do in the future, both for national security issues, both in capacity and capability issues for the federal government, but also in the realm of transportation. We understand that there's only so much pavement you can put down to move people in one direction. I think it'd be better for them to have some of their federal office infrastructure here in the Stafford area, to have a reverse commute or actually be closer to where people are now traveling to go north. So we continue to have conversations with the GSA. We first started out looking at expanding the definition of the National Capital Region, understanding that if you try to add Stafford there, then you have to then others are going to compete. So West Virginia counties are going to want to be in it, Maryland counties, and then it kind of defeats the purpose. So what we've done is to take a little bit different tact, and that is to get the GSA to come to the region, to see space available, to talk to them when they get proposals from agencies needing space. While they do look in the National Capital Region, there's no reason why they can't also pursue these areas. It doesn't prevent them from doing that. It says they have to look at the National Capital Region, but it doesn't preclude them from looking at Stafford County. So what we would like to do is to step up the effort there. We have asked them to come down on a regular basis to take a look. What we'd like to do in the next step is to actually, when they come down, is to have Mr. Romanelli with us, but also members of the board to meet with those folks there and say, these are the things that you need to be concerned about, and these are the spaces that are available. So we want to be able to reach out to do that, to kind of elevate in GSA's mind what they need to be looking at. And then I know Anthony and I have talked about that before, and we've had them down before, and Anthony has been out there with us to do that. But I think it would go even further if we had some local board members there to reiterate space here. We've talked to a number of the commercial real estate agencies in the area so they can identify the most up-to-date listing of space available, whether it's Class A space, Class B space, whatever the specifications are from the federal government. So we'd love to be able to do that, and want to see if there's a time where Mr. Romanella and yourselves can be there with us. So we will make that happen here in the weeks and months to come. On another forefront too, we're continuing to look at improvements at our military facilities here. Obviously, traffic ingress and egress there at Quantico is a concern, especially as it relates to Route 1. We also want to make sure, too, we're looking at the things that go on within the Marine Corps functions as well as the FBI at Quantico. And again, look for opportunities outside the gate, which we know here in Stafford County there's a tremendous amount of opportunity there. The Marine Corps missions there continue to expand. We just met there the other day with a number of folks on base there at MARCOR SysCom, the Marine Corps Systems Command, as well as the base commander, Colonel Murray, to look at things that we could be doing. And you know, there's an on-base lease agreement where we could actually too have space on the base that can be leased by private entities for them to carry on business there on the base, but also to associate their efforts with capacity off the base. So we continue to look at those opportunities, because we think that that is a significant area of needed capability in the future. So we look forward to continuing to work with the county there. And again, Mr. Romanella has been very good with us about giving us some of the necessary information for us to make sure we go to the Marine Corps and find opportunities there. And we know there are other localities, Spotsylvania County is looking at the same thing. So we want to make sure we're talking to all the counties equally as far as where the opportunities exist with the military. So. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll open it up for your questions, thoughts, ideas, and concerns. I want to make sure we're here to hear from you. So.
Okay, any questions from the left? Go for it.
Since you're here, welcome.
Laura, good to be here.
Well, great. We like to have you. So a couple of things, the National Capital Region, not just having board members there, but by opening up the National Capital Region, the defense contractors then change their billing style.
Yes.
And so it allows them to bill differently. And so they're also, at least I hear from them quite a bit since they know that I work with them, that would really help them. And we've taken it to Senator Kane as well at a round table. So if we could do something with that, they'd greatly appreciate it.
Well, we continue to try to find opportunities there. As I said, it becomes somewhat of a scrum and competition if you look to just add one county, and then so there's a whole different element of that. We will continue to pursue that, but we want to make sure too that other opportunities are found there with the GSA and looking at space available. And the question always is, what comes first, the chicken or the egg? If you can bring more of the facilities here, then it makes it even a better fit to say, well, then let's include Stafford in that definition. So.
Well, the change from the defense contracting world to a topic near and dear to my heart is we've been talking at the regional level through GWRC about the homelessness population, affordable housing. It's something that impacts our community. It's a very high cost of living area. So it's not just homeless. When we started talking about our homeless population, we expanded into this. And one of the things that was mentioned in a meeting is that there's a federal program. So vouchers, which is different from Section 8.
Yes.
Vouchers is a federal program, and that the federal government is not providing any more vouchers, which is one thing. Are we going to look at that anytime soon? And then another thing was somebody mentioned that people can leave a voucher to somebody in their will. And I don't know much about that program. That's not the type of social work I do, but I'd be curious to know what that program is and if the federal government's going to start looking at that.
Well, let me check at that because there is the Section 8 voucher program, as you know, that's set, and those are actually owned by the individual. So if they go to another state, they take it with them. It is, I understand, like an asset, so it is inheritable. But let us check. I know there's other programs too for vouchers for veterans, homeless veterans that can actually go and be able to receive housing when they have that need. But let me check and see what's outside of the Section 8 program. I'm very aware of the Section 8 program, but I'm not. I know there's a patchwork of other voucher programs, but they're very specific to the individual. But let us check on that. I'll make sure we get that information back to you.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks, Laura.
Other questions? Go ahead, Mr. Cavalier.
Congressman, I was very glad to read that you're a big proponent of bridges.
Yes.
And I still refer to them as bridges because that's what they are and not river crossings, which seems to be the new nomenclature. I mean, I think of a river crossing, I think of George Washington in the Revolutionary War.
That's right.
You know, we're beyond that. But, you know, and I come from the land of bridges. I grew up on the Ohio River. Every small town pretty much dotted along the way. And believe me, there are a lot less people and a lot less traffic there. But they had them because they made sense for an economic reason. And I think you could garner some support in your colleagues, particularly who know that for a fact, as a good rationale for building these bridges and using federal funds in the process, because I don't see that as just a program that, a works program or anything like that. I see it as an economic statement that we need to make around here because, time is money and everybody's losing time.
Absolutely. Well, we've had some great conversations with members, including the chairman of the Transportation and Infrastructure, Chairman Bill Schuster, who's from Pennsylvania, so he understands the impact and importance of bridges. One of the things we've talked about is, believe it or not, Virginia's still a donor state. So for every dollar we send to Washington, we get 98 cents back. And I argue that much of the traffic issues that we deal with, and obviously with Metro being closed down tomorrow, we see the impact that it has on this region. So Washington should be at least part of helping solve these issues by saying, we'll at least give you back $1 for every dollar that you send to Washington. So that's another area that we have to work on. Members of Congress, too, I think realize this because many of them live in the Northern Virginia area, some in Southern Maryland. Many times when they go to travel, they're getting on 95 going south. And especially if they do that on a weekend in the upcoming travel season, they will experience the consternation that everybody else goes through. And they have, and we've talked to them about that, so they understand the importance of that. And I hope that we can be very competitive in these fast dollars for the northern crossing, because if we do that, it lets us package a project in total, gives a lot of other opportunities for the county in conjunction with the Commonwealth Transportation Board as well as the Federal Transportation Administration to get that project going. So thanks, Jack. Appreciate it.
Okay. Anybody else? Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Oh,
thank you.
One more.
Yes.
I was gonna ask. Okay, so the VA, you're
Yes.
gonna come today. I got a lot of questions.
Yeah.
The VA, the only two hospitals, VA hospitals, are in DC that service our region, DC and Richmond. And I know there had been some discussions of bringing one more regionally or locally. Is that still an option?
There is. We have the Fredericksburg satellite facility for the McGuire Clinic. There actually is going to be an expansion, another veteran care facility in the Fredericksburg area. In addition, the Virginia General Assembly has begun the design and build of 2 additional facilities. Now, these will be state facilities that hopefully the VA at the federal level will reimburse us for. But if we wait, we know it'll take years and years. So there'll be a new facility that actually goes in Prince William County, which will be able to help serve some folks up in the North Stafford area, as well as one in Virginia Beach. The Virginia Beach one, I think, starts in 2017. The one in Prince William County, I believe, starts in 2018. So there are some things in the immediate future there. And we have some town halls with veterans in the area, and especially the folks that are the liaisons with the different veteran service organizations that help us identify where those needs are. We actually had a town hall where we brought down officials from the VA, both in the West Virginia processing facility that does the processing of claims, as well as those folks from the care facilities at McGuire's and at Fort Belvoir, so they can talk about quality of care. So we'll continue to do that and make sure folks in the region understand what needs to be done, what's happening, where the shortcomings are, and the things we need to do to continue to address that, because there's still a ways that the VA has to go, I think, in order to really provide the quantity and quality of care necessary for our veterans. So we'll do that.
Okay. Any other questions? You done this time?
All right.
Thank you very much, Congressman.
Chairman Thomas, members of the board, thank you so much. It's an honor to be here with you. Thank you.
Go ahead.
If I could ask you to yield just a second, I wanted to point out Karen Klotz is here with us. Karen works out of our office. She does all of our outreach. So if there's anything that you need, please don't hesitate to call Karen. She's here just up at Aquia Garrisonville. So please call on her. If we're in D.C., she's here immediately for your help. Or if you have constituents that have issues with the federal government, please send them our way. We want to be able to help them out.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, just prior to this meeting, we convened a joint meeting between the school board and board of supervisors, and we continued to explore more ways to do shared services, which I think is, as everybody knows now, is a priority of both boards, and we had very fruitful conversations there. And at this time, we're going to give the floor to the chairman of the Stafford County School Board, Holly Hazard, and Superintendent of Stafford County Public Schools, Dr. Benson. And I believe in the audience we also have school board members Scott Hirons, Emily Fallon, Irene Egan, and Trish Healy. So thank you all for being here. And the floor is yours.
All right. Well, good evening, Chairman Thomas and members of the Board of Supervisors. Thank you for this opportunity to present the school board's funding request for FY17 school year. As you know, I'm Holly Hazard, and I'm privileged to serve as the chairman this year. You will have 3 very brief speakers this evening. I'm going to start with the introductory remarks. Dr. Benson will provide highlights of his funding request. Mr. Hirons, our Finance and Budget Chair, will present the school board's request that builds upon the superintendent's request. Let me be clear, the school board is very appreciative of the county administrator's recommended budget that fully funded Dr. Benson's request for additional local funding. As many of you have noted, this is the first time, maybe since the 1664, that this has occurred. So thank you, Mr. Romanello, for your support of the school system. I personally believe that this historic event occurred due to the commitment of both boards to not continue business as usual and to focus on data-driven plans to meet the needs of our community. Dr. Benson's request was premised on revenue numbers available in December of 2015 from the governor's budget presentation. Since that time, the General Assembly has passed a budget which should provide additional revenues for K-12 education. As of this afternoon, the final budgets and charts have not been released, or at least I'm not aware of them, for staff analysis. Moreover, though, as we started in January, the benefit shared service discussions were early. Savings and opportunities in this area are clearer based on our discussions earlier this evening. Based on this updated and fluid information, the school board sees that there is a potential for new revenues that were not part of Dr. Benson's request. Should the Board of Supervisors choose to allocate any additional revenues to the school division, the school board has a plan of where and how we would spend those additional dollars. Again, we fully support Dr. Benson's request and would like the board to consider how the school division could be impacted with any additional revenues. With my first slide, you all can laugh since this appears to be the year of the budget slogan. The school board has built upon Dr. Benson's funding request. As you could see, it's securing our future by improving our competitive edge through our classroom investment and our compensation package, utilizing our C5W skills. The school board in October set forth its budget goals and objectives. The school board's funding request is our plan for the upcoming year and is part of a larger blueprint for our system. Data-driven plans coupled with sustained and targeted investment are the best path to make Stafford County Public Schools the envy of the Commonwealth. Next, they told me I could learn how to use this. I did. Whether you are a sports fan or not, in order to win or in the race, you have to have a plan to get there. Playbooks, training schedules are all set the stage to be competitive. Under Dr. Benson's leadership, the school board has begun to develop the plans to be a competitive, sustainable, and top-notch school system. As you can see on this slide, we have listed some of the many things that we have been involved in. New compensation model for teachers, advisory groups, staffing standards, which were approved at our last meeting, all century skills work, our trade and skilled compensation. I will let you read those. These are a lot of plans designed for our staff and our students to be competitive. However, all the plans in the world cannot help you be competitive. You have to implement and commit to them. In this next slide, what did we learn this year? We learned that the school board is mindful that state funding has been on a steady decline for the past several years. This impacts the budget bottom line. Hopefully, there will be recognition and reversal of this trend. However, in my personal opinion, bills like the proffer bill do not appear to assist localities in their funding for education and other services. We recognize that every dollar is precious and seek to invest in plans focused on our goals and our vision. So, we are developing plans to respond to the Stafford student of today. The average student in 2016 is not the average student from 10 or even 5 years ago. Designing a new staffing plan, looking at our education spaces differently, and designing them for today's learner and the future learner, and examining what we want our students to learn prior to leaving Stafford County Public Schools has been done this year. As you can see, there's a copy of the cover of our staffing plans standards. Many of you will recognize a picture from the Brook Point Library and our C5W skills. Autism. It's our fastest growing special education group, and in less than 10 years, the autism population has almost doubled. Special education percentage in Stafford County remains 10 to 12% range, but the severity of these disabilities has increased significantly. In 8 years, our free and reduced lunch population has doubled. This increase would be more than the populations combined of Mountain View and North Stafford High School. As of January 31st, 2016, the free and reduced number for the entire division is 29.1%. In 10 years, with regard to our English as a second language students, in 10 years, we've gone from 1 in 100 students could be an English as a second language learner to now that could be within 1 in 20. This is exciting. The great work of over 100 members of our staff has crafted a new vision for our graduates. It appears the General Assembly agrees. I believe Dr. Benson has showed you they copied us. They even picked the same 5 that we did. These traits should permeate our teaching and all our interactions. I think this past year, both of our boards have looked to collaborate and base our decisions on data. We are trying to communicate better through monthly updates by our superintendent and joint meetings on topics of critical interest to both of our boards. The school board is focused on sustainable solutions that require creativity and new ways of looking at things. The adoption of new compensation models, staffing plans, work on our strategic plan in this past year are some of the things we've done, sets us on an exciting path forward in Stafford County Public Schools. Finally, Stafford County Public Schools wants to be competitive with its staff and make sure its students receive the best education possible. Under Dr. Benson's leadership, we have adopted many plans to get us there, and the implementation of these plans will take time and investment. We cannot do everything at once, but with measured investment every year in these plans, we will be charting towards greatness in our school division. If additional dollars are available to the school division, we will seek to more aggressively implement some of the plans that I have mentioned. Now I will turn it over to Dr. Benson to highlight a few of the areas of his funding plan.
First of all, I want to assure the Board of Supervisors that the manner in which this budget was developed was very different from what in the way previous budgets has been developed. So using actual contracted salaries and benefits to establish new baseline was a big part of that. That allowed us to identify about $4.6 million in recurring monies that we could redirect into areas that needed recurring funds. This was part of the issue that led to our unexpected savings a year ago. So we've taken that into consideration and changed the manner in which that baseline budget was determined. We've also implemented an improved request process and reduction strategies with better communication among folks that have responsibility for fund areas within the division. We're not using Lotus 1, 2, 3 anymore to develop our budget. We moved to linked Excel spreadsheets, which gave folks the opportunity to actually see the changes in their individual budgets as they were making them and then link them back up into the master spreadsheet. And then we created a distributor workflow to make sure that there were appropriate checks and balances throughout the organization. This one's tough to see, but we've made incredible progress with what we're planning to do in this coming year with teacher compensation. Last year we hit $40,000 for the first time for entry. We're planning to make another $1.2 million adjustment in teacher scale based upon the median of the market. And so there will be a differential adjustment based upon how far out of the median folks are with their years of experience. We project our starting teacher salary next year to be $42,238, and then topping out at 35 years of experience at $83,331. If you look a little bit more specifically, you can see this is the spreadsheet that we use to make the adjustments. When I first got here, we were out of the competitive market by as much as 10%. And you can see that we're going to be within 2 or 3% across the board. And I expect that in another year's time, we'll be right at the median of the market. So we're putting those resources where we said we were going to put them, and we're improving our competitive position with our teachers. In a like manner, we plan to extend that into other employee groups in this coming year. So the majority of those increased dollars are going into compensation for folks, 2% across the board, which is consistent with what Mr. Romanello has proposed on local government side. Scale adjustment for teachers. We have a number of identified employee classifications. Skilled technical folks are paraprofessionals, skilled maintenance, where we're looking to use the market to drive some market adjustments, again, in a manner that's comparable to what local government is doing. And then, of course, this is the last year for us to pass on 1 additional % for VRS, and we'll be done with that. Uh-oh. Oh, sorry. Lost my place. There we go. So as I presented to the school board, my request was just over $269 million. There are a number of assumptions that are built into that, including our projected increase in debt service. I was using the governor's proposed budget at that point, and of course the picture has cleared up a little bit more since then, so we have a better idea of what those revenues are. Assumes potential savings, which we heard a little bit about earlier today related to healthcare, and that we're looking at a projected increase in our average daily membership of 510 students. And at the time that I presented, we had a gap of $1.25 million, which Mr. Romanello has taken care of in his request to you all. Also included in my funding request was additional teachers. Now, there were additional teachers that were added during the course of the year to reduce class size within the division. Those remain. And then additional positions were added. A fair number of them, I will say, though, are tied to special education needs throughout the division. There were sufficient teachers in my request of the school board to implement the elementary staffing standards as they were first proposed, which would mostly mean that we would see additional teachers at grades 4 and 5, and that would be a noticeable improvement across the division as a whole, and both in terms of teacher workload, but also what parents and students would be experiencing in classrooms, which was a starting place for our board based upon the information that was available to me at the time. And so with that, I'm going to hand it off to Mr. Hirons.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I'm Scott Hirons, Falmouth District Representative on the Stafford County School Board and Chairman of the Finance, Budget, and Audit Committee. And you can't say enough good things about Dr. Benson and what he brought to us this year. I think both the school board and the board of supervisors collectively can't really thank him enough. He's found creative ways to improve staff compensation. He's always working closely with the school board to address needs we hear from parents and staff, and everything else he's doing is really putting us on a path to ensure our schools thrive now and into the future. So you've seen his budget request, and despite some words that were used in a local media article and kind of a tone, the school board does not disagree with Dr. Benson one bit. We agree with absolutely everything he has proposed and everything within his budget. As we'll see in a few minutes here, we want to take it a step further through discussion that we had at our work session. What Dr. Benson's proposal does is it keeps the lights on for us, keeps these schools open, staffed, and functional. Of course, it does go beyond that, and it does put us on a path of strategic growth and long-term sustainment. Our budget last year and his request this year is heavily focused on staff recruitment and retention. It's the start to end the continuous exodus we are seeing in our staff, in particular our teaching staff, which is so important to ensure our schools can thrive. Counting salary scale enhancements for our instructional staff, we're very happy, as we hope you are, that over 90% of the new money that Dr. Benson is proposing is spent in the classroom. The school board, inspired by Dr. Benson, has developed a plan to address another issue of great concern to all stakeholders within the division: class sizes. We hear a lot from parents, teachers, and even students about the size of our classes here in Stafford County. We had a work session a couple weeks ago, and the product of that was a collective and unanimous concern and wanted approach to reducing our class sizes here in Stafford County. We're submitting the class size reduction initiative with the school division budget request this evening. The school board's request focuses 100% on the classroom. It is based on the hard work of our staff and goals set by the school board to address bulging class sizes throughout the county. We're also seeking to be prepared for some unknowns and address what we call hot spots that we experience at the beginning of every school year. In our class size reduction initiative, we are taking a methodical approach to addressing the critical issue of large classes. This is not a one-year fix-it-all process. This, like our salary enhancement initiatives, is a multi-year process that will lead to continuous improvement in our classrooms and the division as a whole. The school board this year did adopt a budget goal to reduce class sizes. Led by Dr. Benson, staff has taken up the work of developing a class size report to give us critical and detailed information about sizes of our classrooms throughout the county. Armed with that information, staff then, by direction of the school board, began developing Stafford County Public Schools staffing standards. These standards are the guidebook by which we'll staff our schools and our division. With that information, we are able to analyze where our most critical gaps are from what our desired standard is to what the actual numbers are. Furthermore, this document will serve as our report card to the community. I think we've provided a copy of the staffing standards document to members of the board. With the class size report and staffing standards document, the school board has taken up a goal this year to address K through 5 class sizes. Elementary school is the foundation of every student's learning. It is the ideal starting place to begin to address class sizes here in Stafford County. However, this is just step one. As you can see by the little chart off to the right, we still have a lot of classes in K through 5 with 28 or more students. That becomes a pretty large classroom. A couple of our schools, Conway, Rock Hill, Rocky Run, almost their entire cadre of 4th or 5th grade are in classes of 29 or more students. I would highlight Margaret Brent and Hartwood Elementary Schools. One has a kindergarten class of over 28 students, and one has a first grade class of over 28 students. If you've ever been in a classroom with kindergartners or first graders, 28 of them add up to a lot. The school board's the school board goals and class size reduction initiative are partially addressed in the superintendent's requests, with 23 added positions to address some of the gaps in the K through 5 grade levels, but the school board desires to take it a few steps further. First, we want to set a cap size of class size in K through 5. These caps are going to be hard and fast, and if there are classes that exceed that cap, they must be brought to the attention of the school board. For kindergarten, it's a 24 student cap, grades 1 through 3 a 26 student cap, and grades 4 through 5 a 28 student cap. In future years, we do desire to continue to bring those cap numbers down, but this is a starting place for year 1. And as Dr. Benson alluded, his initial funding request did include funding part of this class size reduction plan. But at our work session on that Saturday a couple weeks ago, we again unanimously came together and said we want to tackle this problem. And really, he's not here tonight, of course, but I did want to highlight that Dwayne McCosker was one of the leading voices of getting that number, those cap numbers, down as low as possible. I think he had even proposed to say 26 across the board, 1st through 5th grade. As we took a look at that, we had to scale that back a little bit, 26 1st through 3rd and 28 4th through 5th. So we do have members, and probably all of us, really do want to be aggressive with this class size reduction. With our driving force this year, while a driving force this year is to address K through 5, there have been a few other areas we desire to address this year as well. Math specialists. In the FY 2015 budget, we reduced math specialist positions throughout the county. That's having a negative impact on our students. We would like to return one math specialist to each of the middle schools, or so each middle school will go back to having one math specialist. Currently, a few of them share. So we're seeking to fund 4 math specialist positions. High school English class is a core class that all students must take. We are seeing a rise in class size for English classes across the county, mostly due to growth. In this proposal, we're asking to add an additional high school English teacher to give some relief there. I'm sorry, additional high school English teacher at each school. And then we have a couple schools that need some extra help there. We also have a need for 2 ESL teachers. As Ms. Hazard pointed out, that's a growing population. And currently, we have some teachers at various schools that are pulling double duty. Not only are they teaching their core class, a government class or an English class, but they're also doing ESL instruction as well. And finally, the CTTs, or the computer technicians and trainers. These are the folks that provide on-site desktop and network support within our schools, as well as train the teachers on technology use. With the increased technology use in our schools and growing demand, we want to address a couple schools that currently share CTTs. We have a couple elementary and middle schools that are relatively close and they currently share CTT, but the demand on their time has grown such that we need to have one in each of the schools. Again, this is year 1, and staff will continue to produce that class size report every year and provide a presentation to the school board in late fall of every year. The school board will then take that data and do a gap analysis and compare where our gaps are compared to our staffing standards document. In future budgets, we will look to where we can fill those gaps and where we can make improvements to our standards by lowering the caps even more. Preparing for the unknowns. At the beginning of every school year, we are faced with hotspot classrooms. Those are classrooms that have more students than we projected. In the past 2 years, we have had to authorize staff to hire additional positions through expected salary lapse and other budget transfers at the beginning of the school year. That's required the school board to come together for a meeting and authorize those positions to be, the budget transfers to happen and for the positions to be advertised and filled. That process delays being able to advertise, hire, and onboard new teachers to get them in the classroom as soon as possible at the start of the new year. Currently, I think last year we were into mid to late September into October, and we were still filling these hotspot positions, and that causes us to move students all the way into October, where they've gotten comfortable with their class, they've gotten comfortable with their friends in the class, they've got comfortable with the teacher in the class, and then they get ripped out and have to start all over again. This year, we're bringing a budget that we don't anticipate much in terms of salary lapse for FY17, and all lines are budgeted much closer to expected actual expenditures than in years past. With that, there won't be a lot of wiggle room to find funding to address hotspots in the 2016 and 2017 school year. We are seeking to fund a total of 8 contingency positions. 3 of those are already included in the superintendent's request, and the school board is asking to fund an additional 5. As you can see by the chart over to the right, there were hotspots in almost every one of our schools last year. Hotspots, they do happen for a variety of reasons. Here we have a lot of military that move in late into the summer. We have a lot of late enrollment. We have a lot of parents that just wake up September 1st and say, oh, I got to enroll my child in school. And so we don't have a very good count until those first few days of school where we're starting to count students, starting to count class sizes. We also have had a request from elementary school principals, especially the larger ones. They need more administrative help during the summer to do the data entry and necessary work to enroll students. If these 8 teaching positions are fully funded, we'll assess the needs and monitor class enrollment through the summer and into the beginning of the school year. The division will hire the necessary positions, and if we don't happen to use all 8 positions, all 8 teacher FTEs, which is very unlikely, we're most likely going to, if we have them, we're going to use them because we are going to have hotspots no matter what. But if we don't happen to, we do propose taking that funding and move it to our cash capital reserve account that was recently created. We'll probably look to do that late fall, early winter as our hotspots settle down, and I think that probably is going to require some action on both sides of the street to make that occur. So does this budget request address all the school division needs? Absolutely not. But it does put us on a great path to ensure we begin to thrive and start to rise up as a division to become a leader in many categories in the Commonwealth. We do have a few things we continue to struggle with. The administrative positions, we're not funding those as the elementary school principals would desire. Buses, in this budget proposal, from the superintendents to ours, we're only funding 3 buses. As many of you know, our replacement cycle calls for between 12 and 15 buses. We're making a priority here on class sizes over buses. We have a little bit of a challenge in a few years where there were a significant number of buses purchased, I guess about 10 years ago now, that we're going to come up on in a few more years that are going to need to be replaced. But I do have confidence in speaking with some of the staff that we're going to come up with some good strategies on how to work around the issues of our buses, and we're going to be able to solve our transportation problems. Technology. As technology evolves, it's always going to be difficult to maintain funding levels necessary to ensure we have adequate technology in our classrooms. Even with those misses, the school board is excited about this budget year and our funding request submission. It sets us up for success in the future. While it's only one step forward, it is the most critical step to ensure we are headed in the right direction. Future budgets will be based on new strategic plan we expect to adopt in the next several months. They will continue to be based on metrics and good data collection, and they will be innovative. We hope you agree Stafford County Public Schools are moving in the right direction. With your help, we can be the thriving, energetic, state and national leading public school organization we all desire it to be. We don't live with the illusion that you guys don't have other things incredibly critical that need funding. But building a foundation of great schools can lead the county into prosperity, to improve the outlook of the county, and help us all reach our goals. With that, we respectfully submit our funding request.
Thank you. Have any questions? Ms. Mauer?
When was the last time you did an elementary school redistricting?
2 years ago?
2 years for Moncur, correct? This year.
Was it this year? Oh my gosh.
Countywide.
I've tried to
Within
try to
last
put
year.
that in my.
Was it countywide?
No.
No.
It was
the northern end.
the northern end. And the reason I ask that question is I look at your Stafford County Public Schools class size report, and you indicate that you want your lowest cap is 24 students, yet division-wide, your average class size is 23.77. So is it a management issue, or is it that, and this is before we add the 23 teachers this year, or in this new budget cycle?
So, part of the challenges at the elementary level is that we don't have some of the same flexibility in allocation of those resources across the division. So we could end up with a bubble of kids in Hartwood or some other place that creates the challenge for us, and it might only be a 1 or 2 year kind of a problem. We have made some adjustments and some small redistricting to take advantage of seats that we had elsewhere in the division. At the same time, the nature of elementary school and the unpredictability of an incoming kindergarten class can sometimes catch us a little bit off guard. I think that we've done a pretty good job of addressing some of those anomalies, but there likely will continue to be some. And that's really what we're trying to look at with regard to the emergency staffing, the additional 8 FTEs. The large classes across the board have been really in grades 4 and 5, and I think we've clearly demonstrated that we have a mechanism for taking care of those sizes by improving that ratio for next year, as well as what the board is asking for with additional support at grades K or 1 through 3.
And I completely support, the superintendent's budget. I get it. I support it. I know we've had some class size issues, but if we're looking at a data-driven model and you're providing me data and you say that your lowest cap on your class size is 24, and yet division-wide you have 23.77, and then you're looking at 26 students for 1st through 3rd grade and 4th and 5th grade at 28 students. This division-wide number of 23.77, which is below your own standards before we add the 23 teachers, it gives me a little bit of pause. I understand that redistrictings are hard. I understand that, we have fluctuation, but you're showing some class sizes. I understand the large class sizes are a problem, but some of your smaller class sizes in some of these schools are 17 and 18 and 19 and 21, which is way below this standard. And so what I'm, this is your own report.
There are.
And so what I want to make sure is that not only are we, solving these hot spots, but we're also managing these empty seats that we have across the county.
Yeah, there are other factors that contribute to the lower division-wide average, including self-contained special education classrooms that have a much lower cap in terms of number of kids. So it's one of the challenges that you have when you look at aggregate than average numbers across the division as a whole is that you don't see the individual struggles that we have in a school or the manner in which we have allocated programs across schools. So that's a contributing factor to the overall average. There's no question that there are seats that are available within the division. The question is whether or not we can dynamically reassign those, and part of that has to do with our ability to project something that's going to happen in the future far enough ahead in order to be able to do a redistricting to take advantage of that. Well, the projections that we have for growth are a little bit better than that, okay? But there are unknowns in the community related to military folks moving in and out of the area. That is the 1 grade level. Kindergarten in particular is the 1 grade level that is really tough to really get spot on with the with that projection.
If I could just say, we do see in there the 4th and 5th, but I can tell you, serving the Hartwood district, at Rocky Run Elementary School this year in kindergarten, I think it is unprecedented. I'd have to turn to Mrs. Kale to ask her. We had 7 kindergarten classes this year because of and that was, all of a sudden, we started to hit end of August, and all these kids started coming in. Now, I will tell you, I'm going to shout out to Mr. Roman, who's an amazing principal, as all of ours are. He found a rock star teacher in September to take that class. But I have to tell you, that is not the way we would like to do that. All those little bodies coming in, those are just the fluid nature of this. And when we did an analysis last year, so I can only speak to last year's numbers regarding class size, and we were compared to a lot of northern counties, not just our comparison ones. We were one of the highest in elementary, and I think that drove, I will provide that chart to you all. I'm sorry I did not bring it this evening. And that was rather distressing to us, because as Mr. Hiron said, man, let's get it right. At
The highest on average, or the highest
it was
in these hot spots?
On average.
So
one of the higher ones. We were even higher than Prince William County. Now, we blew them away in middle school, I have to say.
Controlling for the outliers, or we're just taking us
It was from, I will pull up the data so I have it in front of me, but I remember last year when we saw that chart, that was rather taking back, because I thought, wow, how can Loudon and some of those. Now, I will tell you, we're beating them on middle school. They had 31 as their average in middle school, which we did not have. So, but I did want to tell you, the kindergarten is really difficult. And like I said, I've never seen that we had created, Mrs. Kale, have we ever had 7? Well, maybe a few when it was hot. But just wanted to let you all know that kindergarten can be tough.
I had a question. What's the bottom line delta between the superintendent's request and the school board's request?
If you go to your colored sheet, I think you were provided as well. The column in red, net increase from FY 2017, obviously it's the number that Dr. Benson presented. In the second column, 1.7 million is the delta.
Okay.
And also, if you look up that column, there are, you can go across, and the numbers should match up what was in my presentation, but there are a couple little anomalies. The $43 one, the $1 one, $22,000 one, those are some rounding and estimating that our finance staff just had to fix numbers and clear stuff up as stuff became more clear.
And actually, now that I'm seeing this is the level of detail that I think we've all just wondered, okay, from last year to this year, it's a big number, but what is it? I mean, this is the good level of detail.
The magic rainbow.
Yeah.
report.
The superintendent's request was about 69 positions. What's the school board ramping that up to? About 100. About 100.
100.5.
Okay.
Then the 79. Mr. Wolf, are we correct?
The superintendent's recommended budget was 69.5 funded positions, but there were 10 in the contingency reserve that were not funded. So it was actually 79.5 positions, and then 21 positions were added.
Okay. Now, Mr. Hiron said we have a multi-year class size initiative. How many more teachers do we have to add to get to those final numbers? Round numbers is fine. Like how many more teachers? Is it 30 more next year, the 30 more the year after that? You said it's a multi-year approach.
That's part of the staffing standards.
Yeah, and that's much more of the process. Just to, a part of our strategic plan is most likely going to include class sizes and our ideal class sizes. Some of the metrics that we'll probably end up including in that strategic plan.
Okay.
And one of the things I anticipate seeing is something along the lines of comparing ourselves to our comparison districts, and how do we line up with them within our class sizes. And if we're low, one of the things we want to do then is the following year, when we're addressing the staffing standard, is to look at that cap size and bring that cap size down. So it's year one of, yes, what's going to be a continuous process. Multi-year is it's a continuous, never-ending process.
Okay.
If I could just add on
And
to that.
are those standard, what's the research basis behind those standards? That they're gonna continually change?
Come on up, Mrs. Kale. We're gonna get everybody up there.
We looked at our comparable districts. We looked at that. We looked, we had input from different advisory committees, teacher advisory, parent advisory, different other committees. We put it up on the website for a while, et cetera, so we also utilized input too. And this will be standards that would be based basically on a 2-year, going to coincide with the school board and their budget goals, and then it would be constantly reassessed.
And there's not research out there that tells us this is the number of students that we'd like to have in a classroom, and here's the reasons why? Like, what's the evidence base? Not that anecdotal evidence isn't evidence,
right,
but
exactly. But we did look at their comparable districts, et cetera. If you're going to get to the implication of a small class size, often Dr. Benson gives the example, probably we're getting down to like a 15-to-1. We don't think that's possible. We like it, though.
well, and you guys have an impossible, an impossible mission, right?
Not only is it important to think about academic standards and academic achievement for the students on class sizes, but it also affects our teaching staff, our instructional staff, because a teacher who has multiple years of 28 kindergartners is not going to be with us very long. That teacher is going to be polishing up his or her resume and sending it out, and their criteria looking for another job is that chart of comparable class sizes by division. And they're going to be going to the one that has the lowest class size possible. I don't know if I'm speaking out of turn. I thought Rick Fitzgerald was here, but I think when we do our exit reviews, that is one of the things that teachers have said as well, is class sizes here have driven me away from the division.
Right. My question was more just, we're goal oriented. I was just wondering what is the goal, but it sounds like Linus and Lucy or whatever, the goal is going to change every year, so we're not really sure if we're ever going to get there.
I don't want to say it's going to change every year, but you're right. And like Dr. Benson, and anytime you talk to a principal, the word, what I'm always told is 18. I want 18 students per classroom. And I have to stand there and look at the principal and say, we're never going to get there. But that doesn't mean we can't strive to achieve something along those lines. If we don't strive to achieve that, we're never going to achieve anything. So we're at 26, 1 through 3. I don't know if we'll be addressing elementary school next year, or if we'll let that sit and go on to middle school or some other areas in next year and future years. But when we address elementary school again, then, well, let's see what it would cost us, how many teachers we need to bring that down to 25 or 24.
Well, I'll continue my question and then I'll be done. You have a standard right now that's set in stone. It's printed on this paper. My question was, this year, how many more teachers would we need to give you to meet this? Knowing that this is, and you may not know that right now, I don't know, but
it was a ton.
I know it costs about $10 million.
You can get back to me. I know it's a big number, but that'll give us an idea of if we could do this, what would it cost? Same with our firefighters. We know it's 50.
The staffing standard not only includes teacher or instructional staff. I mean, it does include like custodial staff as well. I know it includes administrative staff, all the way down
Understandable.
to all the staff. And
It was $8 to $9 million.
And there's a column there that demonstrates the gap.
Right.
For each of them. And there are a couple other things that we do that the staffing standard starts to talk about that we'll probably want to address in coming years. For example, right now, athletic directors at high schools are APs. Our staffing standard is recommending that we make them directors and add an AP. So there's a lot of moving parts to it, and we're going to task Pam with coming up with a number.
We'll go through this as well. We just got it, so.
If I could just add one thing onto that, and somewhat to Ms. Sellers' question, the hard thing to compare on saying what is the exact perfect class size, it also is a reflection of your community. And when your community is in flux and your types of students and their needs are constantly changing, it's hard to know what's the exact right number. Part of the reason I shared those slides tonight was to say, Stafford over a 10-year period has changed. As we begin to design schools and other things, we are looking out 10, 15 years. If our population continues in these ways, we will be looking at it. One thing on our budget goals that were adopted by the school board that were our enhancement goals were about differentiated treatment of schools based on their population. It can be high number, it can be certain type of population, special, it can be a lot of things. We didn't really attack that part this year because we wanted to start somewhere. But we know we may need to look at that. A school that has 950 kids or 900 kids may need to have in different resources somebody that has 600 because that's how many fit. We did not address that this year, but it is in our thinking forward plan.
Mr. Cavalier, you've been waiting a long time. Sorry.
I just wanted to reiterate that I do, in fact, fully support the superintendent's budget. I think he did a very nice job this year. I know you all helped contribute to that. And I think it's more than fair because, well, if you look at it from budget year to budget year, it doesn't look like a large increase. But when you take into consideration the fact that you had so much unused money in actual dollars spent, that makes it this even more significant than what people are seeing. So you can't really look at apples to apples in this budget because if you were in the federal sector, it wouldn't work like this. I'll tell you that. You wouldn't be getting 69 and a half new positions if you didn't use those 69 and a half positions. And now I'm told it's 79 and a half maybe. So I'm puzzled as to your characterization in your first slide of the third presentation that you say these funds are to keep the lights on.
That's actually a term that we have been using.
I know, and what I'm saying is that I believe that's tired jargon. That's the kind of phrases we used in the worst part of the recession when we were keeping the lights on. We're climbing out of that recession now.
You won't see it next year.
And that shocked me. That's the first bullet I saw. That didn't sit well with me. And I hope that's not how you're portraying this budget. And I hope that's not getting advertised. Could I finish, please? This is only my 13th budget. Now, I know Ms. Healy over there is a 17 for her. But there never have we seen this kind of an increase in FTEs for any particular department. Schools, anything. I mean, we could use 69 and a half new firefighter and public safety positions here. But we didn't even consider it this year. We know we have to get there. But to do it all in 1 year, for me, I don't know how you can't be satisfied with what we presented or what the superintendent presented and we accepted. And to ask for more is a little hard. It's a hard pill to swallow for us.
There are a couple things I'd like to address there, if I could, Mr. Cavalier. Number one, the second bullet point on that page, I believe, was praising Dr. Benson for his budget skill in crafting this last year's budget and this year's budget. They're growing on each other, and that's why I did specifically say that they put us on a long-term strategic path and sustainment. When I'm talking to anybody, I talk about this budget is sustainment because it does put us on a path that I think if we have a down year, we can survive year to year. There was another point that you made that I did. Why are we asking for more money or more positions? Number one, because as Dr. Benson alluded to, when he developed his budget, the state revenue figures were based off the governor's proposal that was about a week out of the presentation the governor made. The General Assembly has changed the revenue picture. So as our revenue picture changes, we want to make those budget adjustments along with it. As we understand it, we're looking at more revenue coming from the state, which is probably going to help us in our budget this year. And when
So would you be willing to return some county money if you get more state money?
You know, you guys control the county money. We're here to let you know the health and welfare of our school division, and we're asking for the funding that we're asking for. And why, when you ask, why would you ask for this at this point? Well, part of our charge as members of a school board is to be advocates for our schools and advocates for our school division. That's what we're bringing to you, is a reasonable approach to solve a problem that we have within our school division that we think we can accomplish it this year.
Mr. Milday?
I hear you, but what it looks like, and what I've heard, is it looks like you came over with one request, and it was so warmly welcomed and approved that you got together and thought, wow, we should have asked for more. That's really what it kind of looks like to me. And when I voiced my support for Annie Moncure's $4+ whatever $1 million worth of expense in design, I did it, and I said this in the context of the budget that we did like. And so I was, you know, I was so happy to see for once a reasonable request and us getting along. We all said that, the papers reported it. And it just so frankly, it just was a little shocking to at least some of us. And that's just, you know.
If I could respond to that, is I don't necessarily disagree with you, but what the superintendent presented was the funding request that he submitted to us. And then it's the job of the school board to make those adjustments. I was quoted in the paper, and I understand there were some people that were not excited about my quote, and it was, in my opinion, sort of taken out of context. But I said the process is broken. And the process is broken not between you and us. It's broken for how we fund and how we budget public schools throughout Virginia. Every school division in Virginia is going through this right now. And what we have to do is we have to understand what our expenditures are. And of course, you know, there's no getting around. We had a tough year on that because of the financial issues that we uncovered and you know, the mud on our face and trying to clean that up. The superintendents throughout the state of Virginia start developing their budget to submit to their school board for their funding request. It's based off of a governor's proposal, which may or may not survive the General Assembly in any shape or form as the governor has presented it. The process then, obviously the funding request is a public document and it's out there in the public. There is absolutely no reason that a county administrator is not going to take that information and start building his budget using that information. And that's what occurs. Well, what the county administrator here did, and I don't blame him, that's his job, he has to present you guys with a funding request, is he utilized a document that, frankly, the school board saw and received a presentation on, but we don't take any action on the funding request. We didn't pass a budget or a proposed budget. And until we do that, it's the only information he is able to work with is the superintendent's funding request. Now, we talked about this in our Finance and Budget and Audit Committee of how we can strategize, how we can make it happen that we can speed up our process. It's something I think we're going to talk about in upcoming FAB meetings, and because that's on us. That's not on you guys. You guys have your calendar, and your calendar is by law, by code. Our calendar, if we can move it up so we can get a school board approved funding request to you much sooner, the process is going to be so much better. And we're not going to run into this where...
Are you suggesting that he kind of went rogue? And he didn't,
No.
He didn't have the approval,
No,
approval of
no.
a couple, a majority of the board members to come over here with his request?
No, it's his job. It's his job. We task him with providing us with a funding request every
I know, but
year.
you let him come over here and present it. It just, maybe I've missed that, but I haven't seen this since I've been on the board.
Part of the process.
It's never happened like this before, but...
Well, it's...
And that's probably the earliest I've ever seen a superintendent's budget in the process, in the cycle. So,
I know. If we could go back to superintendents of the past, we could be really late and really bloated budgets, so.
Mr. Snelling.
Thank you.
My constituents are interested in this audit. We've been going since July. with $8.3 million and maybe more. Is there any status on that audit?
I'm going to leave that to Dr. Benson or Lance.
I mean,
That's the best answer at this
Yeah,
point.
Mr. Stillings, it is in progress. We're looking at getting an interim report. It's hundreds of thousands of records, both electronic and in hard copy documents. And it is incredibly tedious in terms of the labor intensive it is. We've asked our attorney to put together an interim report so that we can see what is in the process of being determined as a result of that investigation. It's not going to be complete at the time that we're able to share some kind of information with both our board and with the Board of Supervisors. A lot of things to look through.
Okay, thank you.
And we as a school board are being kept up to date.
Let's talk about this budget process. You received Dr. Benson's budget on January the 12th. That's when he presented it to you. You said it's the school board's duty, which it is, to adjust the budget. In my 11 years on this board, this is the first adjustment I've ever seen. Never had a school board come over here and say, oh, by the way, he's asking for too much money or not enough. You're over here at the 11th hour. You know what we've got to do tonight in about 2 hours. Because of our schedule, we have got to go in and set the advertised tax rate and advertise for a public hearing. And here you are at the 11th hour, nothing personal against you, I'm talking about the school board. Here you are at the 11th hour coming over here and saying, I want another $1.7 million. Without giving this board not one opportunity, not one, to say, well, let us give a couple weeks to think about it. We don't have that luxury now. We've got 2 hours if we're lucky. You said, I'll go back to what Mr. Cavalier said. We're keeping the lights on. We've got the finest school system in this region. And I'm tired of hearing people run it down. 30 schools, all fully accredited. Every one of them. Only 31 divisions in this entire Commonwealth have that. Let me tell you what I think this is all about. And here again, I'm not speaking to you, Mr. Hirons, I'm speaking to the school board. I think it's all about CYA. That's what I think it's about. I think you're getting questions from the public on class size. And here you are knowing we don't have the money unless we raise taxes. Here you are knowing that we don't have time to set a new tax rate, advertised tax rate. But when you get that question Monday morning, you're going to say, oh, by the way, we went to the Board of Supervisors and they turned it down. So you need to go talk to them. This is CYA. And I'm going to tell you, I resent it.
I'd respectfully disagree with
Well, I don't care what you respectfully disagree with, sir. You know exactly I'm right. As a matter of fact, I understand one of your board members made that comment. Made that comment in the board meeting.
What comment is that?
That we can blame the Board of Supervisors because they're going to turn it down. You knew it. We told you not to bring it over here because we're going to turn it down. We didn't have the money.
Right, but again, I'll go back to we're advocates of our school division.
And we're not?
And
we're not advocates of our school division?
And we do hear about class sizes.
And I hear about class sizes. So why don't you come over here like every other department, like every other agency that we fund in time to say, look, we need this. Instead of coming at the 11th hour when we have no choice, there's nothing we can do.
Mr. Sellings, you're correct, and I'd go back to my comments in response to Mr. Milday that it's on us, absolutely on us to speed up our process. We attempted to this year. We're actually ahead of schedule of years past, I believe. I think this is one of the earliest that since I've been on the board, school board, that we've presented you guys with the budget. I think it's usually been the second meeting in March or late March, if not early April.
I understand that, Mr. Hirons, and let me apologize for raising my voice and banging the table. That's not my nature. But I've got constituents to answer to as well. The difference this year is that you have never, and I don't mean you personally, I mean school boards in the past, has never come before this board and adjusted the superintendent's budget. 4 years ago, superintendent at the time asked for $40 million. Not one dime was reduced. Year after that, $16 million, not one dime. There has never been an adjustment. So when he took the superintendent's budget, he did what we all did. This is the budget. It's wonderful, and it is. All I'm saying is you can't expect us, the 7 of us, to sit here at the 11th hour when we're going to vote to set that advertised rate in about 2 hours. We got our hands tied, and we're going to look like the bad guys, no matter how you look at it. We're the bad guys.
Well, that's not our intention. Our intention is to provide something to the school division that's going to improve a necessary need that is demonstrated, and we do realize. And frankly, this we spelled it out very clearly on what our increased costs were and where our increased costs are. If you guys vote and return funding to us that is $1.7 million less than what the school board's funding request is, we are going to fully fund the superintendent's funding proposal.
Ms. Bauer?
So I did attend the superintendent's budget presentation because I wanted your initial reactions on it. And every one of you said, thank you so much for meeting our goals. Thank you so, and it wasn't about, is there more money available? It was, we are grateful that we are getting so much further, closer to our goals. And that came from each one of you. And now that it appears that there's more money, you're like, well, maybe there's more places we can spend it. But I'm looking at your staffing standards and a couple of things, and this gets back into a management question, is on grade 6, your standard is 1 FTE per 25 students. Your school-wide ratios range from 1 FTE per 16 school students. And then you have 1 FTE per 20.53 middle school students. You have a standard, grades 6 to 8, 1 FTE per 21 middle school students, and yet your school-wide ratios are 1 FTE per 17, 1 FTE per 19 and a half. I mean, you've got a lot of areas, according to your own report that you provided us, where you are way below your own standards, yet I don't see any reductions where you show that you're going to take and get closer to your standards and apply those teachers in other classes. And it's throughout this report. I can hand you all the circles.
If I misspeak, because Dr. Benson is the expert, in his funding request, the K to 5, the 1 to 5, those positions do shift around. Where we didn't have a need, if we went with Dr. Benson's, it shifted to another grade. That's how we were able to do some of those. So it's not just we're going to add and stay out of compliance somewhere else. It's we're low here, we're high here, because as bubble classes move through and things like that, we have to keep adjusting for that. But Dr. Benson, was I right? You're better explaining.
I just want to add to that. It goes back to that issue where not all classes are staffed at the same level. So when we look at the average, we end up with one that is lower than that. This is our first real shot at establishing staffing standards. This is not something that we have done as a school division previously, and our goal is to link that dynamically then to staffing resources that are made available to the principals so that they know how many FTEs and what areas they have in order to staff their schools. And then the expectation would be that they staff in a manner that meets those standards. There's a gap analysis on each one of the lines so that the board of supervisors can look to see how far we are out. It is a multi-year path for us. It's not something that we're going to be able to implement in a single year. And I think what the board was trying to do with the additional request is to see if we might be able to move along that path a little bit further. We have taken a strategy of allocating resources in such a manner that resource is allocated and it stays there, as opposed to being moved when there's a change in demand. That's what we are shifting to. As those demographics and populations move across the division, we reallocate resources such that those FTEs are reassigned based upon the actual number of students that are in programs or in schools. But we've got a ways to go to make
Right.
it as dynamic as it really should be, and giving folks the numbers that they would need in order to staff their schools.
And I agree with that, but when we start talking about keeping the lights on, and I look at some of these numbers that are your numbers, I didn't come up with them, and so on average we are meeting some of our goals. And the other thing
Absolutely.
in the staff in the gap analysis, so typically when you do a gap analysis and you find out that you're below the standard, and so you add money to meet the standard, but when you find that you're above the standard, sometimes you reduce
You
that money
reallocate.
because you're reallocating those resources, and that's not what I see in this. So it's always increasing, but never decreasing where we are way below the standard and way below even the 18 number that people are saying that are ideal. And so there's got to be give and take in this. Again, fully support your budget. I believe in the numbers, and I am grateful for it. I think we do need the 23 additional teachers. I'm dismayed that we had to lay off 55. And but when I look at this, and I get Mr. Hirons coming in and saying that this is only to keep the lights on, I'm concerned, especially when I'm looking at your own report.
Ms. Sellers.
I've been waiting a while.
Respond to Ms.
You know-
Mauer real quick.
Please go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. Because I have two members that I think are going to jump out of their seats if we don't mention this. The staffing standard, and Dr. Benson and Ms. Kale alluded to this, when you're looking at averages across either a school or a division, you have to realize there are special ed classes, Title I schools, that are already class size limited. You look at Drew Middle School, I remember I did look at that anomaly, and Drew Middle School has a self-contained class, I think has 10 students, 8 students. So, but it's factored in as a grade level class.
Well, then I highly recommend that you update your report to pull out those anomalies so it doesn't look like this.
If I'm not mistaken, okay. One of the things I would propose, Mr. Chairman, is for Dr. Benson to be scheduled at some point, and possibly with Mrs. Kale, to review this document closely with you guys. If you look at the date on the document itself, it's March 8th. We approved this last week. Now, we have been working on it, and we probably saw the first drafts late January.
We saw some in November.
Back in November, and that's right. At a work session, we saw the very first drafts, and then we saw the edits in January-ish. And we want to accomplish these things as soon as possible. One of the reasons is we hope this guy's here forever, but we got to realize he's not. So we got to take advantage of his time, every moment of time that he's here with us.
Okay, I have a question. Well, a couple of questions. First, just to frame it, Mr. Romanello, if we raise the tax by 1 cent, what does that generate in revenue?
$1.5 million.
$1.5 million. What does that look like on individual taxpayers?
$28
$28 a month or
a year.
a year? Okay. Just so that we can keep that into context. Now, when I look at this and we talk about the process, I'm going to disagree a little bit about the process is broken, because I see a county and a school system that work together very well. I see a school board and a board of supervisors that does not. And so rather than say the process is broken, I think we have to all sit down and take it upon ourselves and make sure the blame stays on us so that our staff is not put in that. Because I see today with the presentation we got at dinner was one example. I go out in the community with Dr. Clark and Donna Kraus all the time, and I'm so impressed by the work the two of them do that I think they should be presenting throughout the state. And so it's not a process broken. We have a county and a school system that's working together all throughout the process, and then at the end we have a board of supervisors and a school board that didn't talk to each other. And that can't happen. But what's frustrating is I feel like the Board of Supervisors has talked to the school board. I feel like we have told you guys that our priority on our side of the street was schools. But in addition, we have a fire department that needs new staff. We have a sheriff's department that's also we're losing people. And so we've expressed that. And so that's kind of the frustration that I feel, is that we've expressed that time and time again, and we knew that coming in. And so when we got the superintendent's budget, we felt that maybe folks understood that. And so here we are, and now we're not. And I think that's what you're sensing up here is the frustration of miscommunication. Now, my question when I get to the staffing report is I'm not as concerned with the actual number. I mean, if you have 28 kids, if you have 32 kids, why is going to be my question. Why does it matter? And what I'm getting at with the why is what is the research telling us? So what's the threshold to where it starts impacting literacy rates? Which literacy rates have a direct impact on prison rates, on our prison capacities. Those are the things that I look for. And so when you come and tell me that you want a smaller class size, when I ask you why, it's not just because of what a teacher goes through. I'm a social worker. I have a caseload. You know, I understand what it feels like to rip your hair out in a day. I get that. But my question is, at what point is a classroom too big and it's impacting our children's future? That's what I think we have to get at, and that's what I'm looking for. And I read it through the efficiency study, and I spent all weekend looking at our budget, looking at the efficiency study, looking at everything else, trying to figure all this stuff out, and trying to figure out what you guys were asking for, where you're coming from. And I'm just not, I'm not getting it. And so what you're advocating for, especially at the high school level, you know, yeah, the classes are big, but literacy, by 12th grade, if you can't read, we failed you a long time ago. And that's just the truth, you know, so that's my, looking at the numbers, that's where you're advocating to put new teachers is in English classes in high school. Okay. That's what I'm getting at, is that I feel like I'm not understanding where you guys are coming from with adding the additional people on top of the superintendents. And it doesn't match what your efficiency study says, and it doesn't match where we thought we were going.
Ms. Bomke?
Okay, I have more specific questions, and I agree with a lot of the comments that have already been made. But I have a question about math specialist and then the high school English teacher. When you looked at those 7 additional high school teachers, I'm thinking of all the electives over there. And did we analyze which of those electives we're keeping at all the high schools so that we can bring in these English teachers? And when we have 5 high schools and we've got 7 teachers there, where are the additional 2 going to be allocated?
The 2 would be with our staffing standards regarding English. They would have been based on, I believe it would have been probably Colonial Forge and Stafford based on population. Is that correct? Now, it may not be, but it's based on a population number. And then the board felt, because we had heard so much about there is not the ability to really write these in-depth papers, and they weren't getting done, that we felt that English, and that was an area that was highlighted among a lot of people, including our teachers, that there was not getting the one-on-one and the good attention in the area of English, which many of us felt that's one of those core areas we need to go. But I may stand corrected, Mrs. Kale.
So
2 were from the staffing standards were generated. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I'm just at a loss. I don't understand why we need another high school teacher, English teacher at every high school. I mean, I know the work that Susie Batista and Jimmy Andrews and the others over there at Stafford, that's the only school I know, the work that they're doing. So if we need this additional English teacher, are all those other electives, are we pulling from those? Do they have 15 kids sitting in them? That's what I'm trying to look, has each principal looked at where their students are in what classes, and are we maximizing those classes?
I believe one of the things that Dr. Benson has brought to us is a lot more emphasis on working with our principals to make sure we're using resources. Remember, Dr. Benson's 2-year anniversary has not even occurred yet. He has started that process. Are we perfectly there yet? No. But I know he's working much more than I've ever seen with building administration on how to schedule, how to more efficiently schedule, and to make sure we're meeting our students' needs. Or at least I have heard that a lot more, but we've only had 1 year under really Dr. Benson. I do know those are conversations going on. That doesn't mean we can't come up with other ways, but that was how the board felt on that day, that English is that important. So
Okay, then help me understand the 4 math specialists, because I know in Spotsylvania a couple years ago, they went to a system, not that I agree with everything they do, and they reduced their they're math specialists, so each math specialist covered 2 schools. And at one point in time, it was 10 years ago when we added all the math specialists in Stafford County, maybe longer ago than that, we had 1 in each school. So now we've had math specialists covering 1 or 2 schools. Why has that not worked? Can somebody help me understand that? What have been what have the disadvantages been, Dr. Benson, and what have the results been?
If I could back up and respond to us a little bit further about the analysis that we do with principals and particularly at the high school and middle school on an annual basis to look at see how they're allocating their FTEs. We do a review of how they are assigning staff within the building and look at individual course loads, and we also look at classes that have 15 or fewer students in them. I would also and I'm sure the supervisors are aware of this, that we have an 8-period opportunity essentially at the high school level. And so there is a need for a fair number of electives in order to make available to students throughout the course of their high school career. But we are trying to make sure that we're not having lower enrollments in our elective classes at the expense of our core classes. So there's a review that goes along with that. With regard to the math specialists, that was on the highest list, the highest priority of the middle school folks, helping middle school students understand the complexity of mathematics instruction in 3 different areas, with working with folks that don't necessarily have a mathematics background. Many of our teachers at the middle school level are endorsed generally to teach middle school, which means they do not have a lot of expertise in the area of mathematics. You can teach basic computation and problems, fluency kinds of things, but we want our kids to have an understanding of the conceptual nature of mathematics, and these folks have the training to help our teachers understand that, and to be able to craft lessons to support children as well. And there's been a shift in the way Virginia is assessing to go after more complexity and a conceptual level of understanding in the area of mathematics.
Mr. Milday? Oh, sorry.
I just had one other question. I had a question about the gifted teachers at the high schools. I'm a big believer in the gifted teachers in the elementaries and the middle schools. I'm not sure, this is just me, Meg Bomke, my own personal opinion, and I see this on page 20 of the staffing plan. I'm not convinced that the gifted teacher at the high school level, we're really getting our bang for our buck, especially when you have IB, CGS, and all these other programs. How are those kids really being pulled out, and is that teacher really having the effect that they've had in the middle school and in the elementary school? But that's just my humble opinion.
Appreciate that perspective, Ms. Bonke. And if I could add just one other thing, we talked about the staffing recommendations that were in the efficiency study. One of those recommendations has to do with high school teacher loads, okay? And a suggestion by the consultants that we may be able to reduce the planning time for high school teachers, i.e. increasing their workload. You know, it is important, like everything else that we do, that we take that recommendation in consideration, but also do a little bit more homework as to, well, how does that look in other schools? In our comparison divisions, all but one of them, teachers teach 2 classes less than what the maximum opportunity is, which means they teach 6 out of 8 classes, and that's pretty consistent across our comparison divisions. There's one that does it a little bit differently, and that's Prince William. But at the same time, when you're looking at the class load, and we appear to be in the neighborhood, we also need to look at the compensation to see whether or not we're at the median of the market, which is where we are headed. So I appreciate the recommendation in the Evergreen study, but there's a little bit more information needs to come to bear on whether that's something we do moving forward.
Okay, Mr. Milday?
May I? So, may I speak? Your mic's not even on. If it's really important, I'll let you. Mr. Chairman, would like.
I was just asking the efficiency study. Then we're not necessarily. We haven't decided if we're completely following.
We are. There are 98 recommendations in the efficiency study, and we've addressed about 15 of them so far. I've done this in other divisions, and what I have found is that there are recommendations that you typically implement, and there are others that, upon further investigation, you determine that that's not a direction that you're going to go. One that I had in another division was a recommendation to close 3 small elementary schools and build 1 large elementary school. Didn't happen because the community didn't want that to happen. So even though it was a recommendation that would have saved sizable funds on a recurring basis. That's not what the community wanted. So we have to go in and take a look at, you know.
When you say you've addressed 15, does that mean you've at least looked at it, not necessarily implemented it?
We are either moving along that path, or we have addressed it, or we've looked at it and said, wait a second, that's probably not where we need to be.
Okay, got it.
First of all, just for the record, for the first time in my 10 years, I am actually have a very good relationship with not only the Aquia District school board member, but the Griffith Whitewater. So I do have we talk and text constantly. There's no problem with communication there. I'm curious, Mr. Superintendent, about the process. You were the one that suggested a budget, and that you brought to us when.
Mr. Miller, there was no formal presentation of superintendent's fund request.
When you came up with the new request, didn't the school board have to kind of come to you and say, if we had more money, how would you spend it? Or did they literally give you all the suggestions that are in this second request?
I'm sorry, can you state that one more time?
Who developed the second request, the one that the actual request now that we're discussing?
The board did in a work session. They took the superintendent's funding request. They looked at needs that they felt were unmet. And took a look at the staffing standards and felt that there was some room for improvement there, and that perhaps we could get a little bit further along in the implementation, which is where the majority of the board's additional request is
just an honest disagreement over your suggestions. They thought
felt not necessarily a disagreement, but a notion that we could do better. The thing is, if you look at the gap analysis, and I apologize, I realize the board has just recently seen the staffing standards. There's a lot there. Okay.
The needs argument wears thin on me sometimes, because I hear that a lot, and we really appreciate that, and we hear it all day long up here. We one after another. We heard it before.
But there is some level of analysis to support that, and it has to do with what the state identifies as a standard in some of these areas. Some areas that the state doesn't recognize as a standard. And I'll give you an example. One of those areas that we're ahead of is our staffing for nurses. We are not required to have a full-time nurse in every one of our schools, given the medically fragile nature of some of our young people. That's an important thing for us to do.
I know. And I asked you about the process. I wasn't going to get back into this with you, but I can do that with you if you want to. We can talk about that.
Sure.
Adding 69 new positions is a huge leap. Just the sheer increase alone would say that that's more than your, if you will, your fair share of what we have to allocate. Unfortunately,
about 40.
We're not joking with the sheriff's department. We just
certainly not.
And with
about 40 of the positions are special education positions. We
they're needed.
Staff.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, for pointing that out to him. But that's
thank you, Mr. Mildy. I was aware. Thank you.
I know, but I saw the little note passing going on. The needs are there. We just have to figure out how to spend the money and try to stay within our own.
Absolutely.
Yeah, with our own limitations. Thanks.
Mr. Cavalier.
I didn't hear a response to Ms. Bomke's question about the gifted teacher in the high school. So that's something that my kids aren't in high school anymore. I know we have the IB programs, the AP programs, the governor school programs, the STEM programs. So I think there's other acronym programs that I'm not aware of for the gifted level of our students. And so I'm just wondering what the answer to that is.
Right, and we are in the midst, I would call it still a midst of program review for our secondary schools, which we're being cautious about how we make changes as we continue to analyze and continue to figure out ways to ensure students, all of our students, have access to the various programs, AP classes, focus, whatever it may be. For example, at Stafford High School, Ms. Momke, as you're well aware, we consolidated because we lost a teacher, and so we consolidated a stat engineering program there and moved it to North Stafford. We are, I believe, going to be receiving a presentation relatively soon on another opportunity for a CTE program there at Stafford High School. This is all a part of our program review and program adjustment, which, as we're doing the analysis, we're going to end up with what is going to be best for our students to ensure they have access and they have their needs. So we're not going to make those changes just off.
I really just need an answer to the question I asked. I'm not quite sure what you're saying.
Okay, what was the question?
What is a gifted teacher in high school? What is that person's role? I don't know how you missed that twice.
It may vary a little bit from school to school. A couple of our schools, the gifted teachers really doing gifted instruction half a day at the high school, and the other half they're teaching classes. Many of our gifted teachers at the high school level are working with students on independent study projects. They're working on that type of maybe end of the year projects, etc.
And how many do we have per high school?
There's one at each high school, but like I said, there are a couple of high schools that they're also teaching classes, so they're basically half-time.
Is this a new position, or is this something that's
It's
been
been
going
there
on
for a long
while?
time.
Just,
Miss
whoa, okay.
Ms. Kale, also, do those gifted teachers, do they monitor the remote programs? What are they called? Virtual, thank you.
Sometimes they are doing virtual because some of the classes, some of the students that they're working with are doing independent studies with those. But yes, some are monitoring that.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Go ahead.
Whatever happened to the discussion on IB programs? Last year you guys were talking about reducing them or cutting them. Is that still being discussed?
Yeah, so in our looking at programs across our comparison divisions, most divisions have an IB program. They may have it at only one high school, but they have access to an IB program. They have access to AP classes in a manner similar to what we're doing, and perhaps STAT Academy. So the scope of what we offer, including things like the Governor's School, seem to be on target. The delivery model might need to shift a little bit, and that's something that we took into consideration in this past year, and part of the decision to move the program from North was related to staffing, but at the same time, we have a transportation model now that allows our students to participate in half-day programs, regardless of what school they might be offered at. So that's part of our continued review. How many places do we have to have that program available in order for students to be able to have access to it? But it also spills over into other areas like career and technical education, auto tech, culinary arts, and such.
Program comes with the cost, and if I remember correctly, don't they have to complete all of the coursework, or it's a very rigid system, and so should it not just be having access to, but should we not be looking at this program in terms of how many children actually complete the program as well? I mean, access is one thing, but we have all these other things. We have a lot of programs for
So the thing is that yes, there are folks that get the IB diploma, but then there are other students that just participate in IB courses, right? Which carry, depending upon their level, may carry credit or not when they go to transfer to or go to a college. Okay, there's some variance in the level of class and whether or not you can expect to have credit when you move on. So much in the manner that you may have students participate in some level of AP class, you can have the same thing with an IB student. We have to ensure that the level of class that we're offering allows them to get college credit if that's what they're interested in, though. So you don't have to necessarily get the diploma in order to reap the benefits of participating in the program.
Ms. Baumke, and then I think I'm going to ask my colleagues to kind of forward any questions after this, because we're getting long into the hour and we have slew of
I really like what you just said, Dr. Benson, that you're going to look at a different way of delivering those models for IB, CGS, STEM, STAT, whatever you want to call them all. And, I was very active in the CGS program, but I like that idea because I go back to when you came here, I remember looking at Albemarle's numbers, and you had none of those programs in Albemarle, correct? And you had AP classes and dual enrollment, and your test scores were the highest of any comparable counties. And not by a little, but by a lot.
Some test scores. SAT was the example.
Well, the ones you showed us, you were.
But there's more to it than that. I mean,
but I challenge you, and you can't accomplish everything in 2 years, but I think that is a great idea to look at how we deliver those models.
Well, I just wanted to thank everyone. I'm sure Mr. Hirons, when he was elected the chair of the budget committee, didn't realize he'd be the messenger and maybe getting shot at, but did a very good job. I think one thing to note is unlike previous years when we asked detailed, hard questions, we'll get back to you, and we never got answers. So I appreciate your willingness, both of you, to stand up here and try to give us as much detail as you could.
I asked Mr. Harvey if there was like a 5,000 house rezoning I could come here and defend. I might feel a little less damaged. No, but, I do want to say I appreciate your passion. You guys absolutely have passion about this, and this is not an easy decision that you're just throwing back at us and say, go back to the drawing board. I hear you. I understand you are accepting this information in your analysis and your decision making that you're going to be having to do here in a couple hours as well as over the next month. So I absolutely appreciate your passion. We really should have many, many more conversations like this between the boards. It's something that I've always advocated for, asked for. I know we're talking about trying to schedule a 3-on-3 meeting at some point in the future. We've had joint FAB meetings. Those are often way too short, and I'd love to be able to sit down FAB to FAB during early into this process, and so we can have some commonality in our priorities as well.
Good ideas.
So thank you.
Thank you
very much.
And just the final comment, as you all know, in my opening, the goal was there to show you all, we have a lot of plans in place coming through. I can't number them in the almost 2 years that Dr. Benson has been here. So when dollars are given to us, there is a plan for how to use them, and they're based on analysis. I would hope as our funding body, that gives you great comfort. It gives me great comfort sitting here. I think we wanted to come also and brag to you. We have these great plans. They're not pie in the sky. They are based on data. And over time, we would like to implement them. For us, always quicker is better. But there is a plan and there is a way to get there. And we hope in 3 to 5 years, I'm sure there'll be more plans, but there's a lot of analysis going on. I think you should be really proud of the work, certainly the people that make our system great, but we're going to make it even better based on some of the plans coming through. And I'm sure we'll have more in a strategic plan this summer and rebranding, so hang on.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, we'll have presentations by the public. Anyone wishing to address the board on a topic that's not a public hearing will have an opportunity to do so at this time. When you come to the podium, please state your name and address. The green light indicates you have 3 minutes, the yellow light 1 minute, and the red light means your time has expired.
Good evening. I'm Elaine Calendar of 622 Lancaster Street in Falmouth. Given the presentation we've just heard, I would like to make just a couple of points. 1, watch your residential zonings. 2, set your tax rate higher than you might want it to be, because that gives the public a chance to come in and express their views about whether they support this proposal for the schools. If you set your rate too low, you can't. You're not allowing the public time for their comments. Also, I wanted to mention, as a writer myself, I appreciate the need for English teachers, and that is because English compositions are not multiple choice tests. You need somebody to go over them carefully, to work individually with students. They are requiring more and more composition skills for colleges now. And one other comment on that, I see a lot of professional people that cannot write a grammatical report. And this is important. This is part of having a good school system. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
My name is Ken Greider, and I don't have an address. This is my address right here. This is a hotel key. I'm homeless because of the negligence of the board. I've sent you all my documents before. Hopefully they've been spread around by the secretary. I've been the victim twice of the slumlords in this county. First, it was the courthouse apartments over here who reneged on a contract because I complained about the sewage gas in a 6x12 hole in my apartment, and where they used the local police to intimidate me. And then I go to court, and I get evicted from my apartment. They refuse to take the rent check, and when I get evicted, the court has the audacity to tell me that the contract which they called me on my phone on June 16th, which I have a record for at 1 p.m., to come down and sign, and I signed and told them I would sue them, and then the very next day, I said to them I would put the money in escrow, a perfectly legal maneuver. The very next day, on the third day after that, they reneged on the contract. And when they came to fix the hole, they taped over a hole with some illegal and his girlfriend who spoke no English. So then the judge decides that the contract was invalid. But yet he turns around and says that I owe for 8 months of rent. From July of 2014 until December of the court date, I owe for the rent at the new rent rate, even when the court documents from the lawyer didn't even ask for that. They gave him above that, and I saw the lawyer engage in ex parte conversations. Then I was able to rent at Point at Stafford. We rushed into an apartment because we spent Christmas down at the cheap hotel here in Fredericksburg, the very same place I'm at now. And then we rushed in, and there was dog feces ground into the boards of the deck. And so we said we want some of our money back. So I ended up having to sue them. October, November, December, put the rent in escrow, went to court on the 21st of December. I won the lawsuit. After that, I said, where's my $150 for my return money? They turned around and sent me a bill for all of the rent from this all the way to December, even to the end of December, even though the rent lease ended on the 26th. And they said they wanted the water when I had already paid the water bill. Money in escrow. I have talked to the court. The check was sent out after I won the court case. I won $385 in damages on that December 21st case of 2015. And their check was sent out. They sent me a bill for the full amount. Then a few days later, some company in Texas calls me and says, you owe the money and you're in collection and you were evicted. And then after that, after I went down to say, what is this bill about? I never spoke to this person named Terry Kirby from December until this moment. I have had no words of exchange. She sent the police to have me arrested. And now I have to go to court for trespassing, which never occurred. That's my time. I'm homeless. And if you're concerned about homelessness, you should get my story. I'm sorry, I've taken over my time.
Thank you.
My name's Ken Greider. I don't have an address.
Anyone else in the chamber, not about one of the public hearings?
Good evening. My name is Irma Clifton. I live at 100 Carter Street in beautiful downtown Falmouth. I am hearing impaired, and I come to these hearings, and it's a struggle for me to hear. These are supplied to me, but they don't always work for all types of hearing loss. So I know it's too late to include it in this year's budget, but I'm hoping that maybe next year you all will consider having closed captioning for your screens here. It might be a great idea to negotiate with your cable company here in Stafford to see if they can give you some ideas on how to do that, and maybe they might even help you with the expenses of doing it as a public service. It would really be a great service to senior citizens like myself, and there's going to be more of us in this county and more of us in this nation, and we're going to be requiring those types of services. So please consider that when you get to make your budget recommendations for next year. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else in the chamber wish to address the board? Okay, we'll close presentations by the public, and our first agenda item this evening is number 25, Planning and Zoning. Consider a zoning reclassification from A1 to B2, Stafford Commons Retail in the Hartwood District. And are we combining this with the CUP? Okay. Also, item number 26, which is considering a conditional use permit for the same project in Hartwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The two applications that we'll be considering tonight is reclassification 15150498 and CUP 15150499. Both applications have taken 10 months to get here. They've required significant review, specifically with VDOT as well as the county and the applicant, largely in part because of the new interchange that's being constructed here at exit 140, When that interchange is built, it's going to relocate the main access point to Route 1 for interstate traffic, and that's having a significant effect on Route 1 in this particular area where the site's located. As such, since it's taken so long, the deadline for action on this application is May 11th, 2016. For some of the background, these are the properties identified for the rezoning, which is the area located in red. It's an existing property with a house on it. It's roughly a half acre in size.
When you look at that red, Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
just keep that shape in mind for a minute, because I'm going to have a question that refer back to it.
Okay.
And it's a non-conforming lot. It's zoned A1 agricultural, and they're requesting to rezone to B2 urban commercial. The area highlighted in yellow is currently zoned B2 urban commercial and has no proffer restrictions on it. I will point out that there is one existing residence that's on a separate parcel. It's not part of this application. It's located in this vicinity here, that's surrounded by the subject property. And I will show the layout in a future slide, which how it may or may not be impacted by future development. The overall project site will be 10.3 acres for the combined zoning application as well as the conditional use permit. The applicant's representative is H. Clark Lemming. They're representing 7K Investments LLC, which is managed by Camel Tabera. This is the aerial view of the property. The site in general is located about 1,100 feet south of Hospital Center Boulevard on Route 1. As you can see from the aerial photography, you have mostly undeveloped lands. This area over in this vicinity is an industrial park. We have the skating rink here, the hospital up here, and a few scattered single residents in the nearby vicinity.
Mr. Chair, while you're looking at that, the orange one on top, is that which one was the Masons Lodge that came in several years ago?
Mr. Milne, I believe it was a piece of property right here.
Okay, thanks.
This is the zoning map in more detail. As you can see, the nearby properties are either zoned A1 agricultural or B2 for the most part. The former industrial park is currently zoned B3, and it was subject to another zoning matter that occurred in this area more than a decade ago, or almost more than a decade ago. This is the comprehensive plan designations for the area. The property that's subject to both applications is in the suburban area of our comprehensive plan, which recommends single-family detached homes and community serving type of activities, such as community serving retail or institutional uses. The property immediately across Route 1 from this location is within the courthouse urban development area, which proposes mixed-use development at higher densities with grid street patterns. So the suburban style designation on the west side of the interstate is more conducive with what we see with typical development within the county, whereas the area to the east would be more indicative of higher density development that we have yet to see for this part of the county. This is the generalized development plan for the project. It shows construction of 3 buildings. The building to the north part of the property would be a restaurant with a drive-through facility. That's part of what drives the CUP application. Plus there'd be 2 additional 16,500 square foot multi-tenant buildings as shown on GDP. This GDP is not proffered, but a number of components of the GDP are proffered. And I'll get to specific access issues relating to the proffers and conditions in a little bit. One significant area of note is the southern access for the project. There's 2 access points in general on Route 1, and that was a big discussion with VDOT because this site's located between Hospital Center Boulevard and the new interchange I-95, and then also to the south will be South Campus Boulevard, which would access Aberley Apartments and a larger potential office complex in our UDA area. So there will end up being a lot of traffic in this vicinity. And VDOT had a lot of concerns about how traffic was going to access the site and how far back the traffic was going to stack on the site. So this is the southern entrance, which has sort of a unique design that we haven't seen yet today. But just in general terms, there'll be a right-in as well as a right out and then also a left out for this entrance. One of the unique things about this entrance is because of the left out, there is a slotted median on Route 1, which we've not seen to my recollection in this part of the county. That was an issue that came about because of concerns specifically with Commissioner English about the potential for traffic exiting the site making U-turns. He wanted to try to minimize those types of conflicts. In his role as working for the Sheriff's Department, he's seen a number of situations where U-turns can cause significant traffic problems. So as a method to try to minimize U-turns, the slotted left turn was provided. I will note that the Planning Commission did have some concerns about this left out, specifically dealing with the width of the median, but this is a standard width median. We'll note that it's not intended to provide protection for a vehicle pulling out and making a left turn, but the sight distance that's required for this left turn movement is adequate to ensure that someone that's sitting at this location can see down here to have adequate visibility of the vehicles that are oncoming, as well as being able to see in this direction from the southbound to ensure that they have adequate time to get across the lanes and through that median break. Also, another aspect of this proposal is a left turn entrance into the site at the north end of the property. This entrance would be for a left in only and have restricted access, mainly because of being where we are on Route 1. There's a significant change in grade, so that requires a long deceleration lane. That's why the right in part of the access is off the southern entrance. So there's a 250-foot long taper with the turn lane storage plus a taper in order to allow the vehicles to slow down and enter into the property. Likewise, there's going to be a left turn lane built on Route 1 to access into the site. As part of the discussion and working with VDOT, the applicant will also be providing some striping to accommodate a little bit of a left turn lane to fit into this Cavalier skating access point. Right now, there is no left turn lane, and that's a significant conflict point on Route 1. The applicant, in discussions with VDOT, will provide as much turn lane storage as they possibly can. Right now, it's looking like it could fully accommodate 2 vehicles in the turn lane, and then there's also a taper past that point. This is a proposed...
Jeff, can you go back one? Sorry.
Yes, sir.
On the turn over here on the left-hand side of the screen, I see why they did kind of that slotted turn, so you keep people from doing that U-turn. I'm almost surprised that where you have your green arrow right now, they didn't do a slotted the other way, so somebody can't come south on Route 1 and just make that right. Because right now it's a 90-degree.
Yes, and I think that's part of that design is that it's too sharp of a turn for
Hopefully
someone
they
to
wuld do
make
that.
a right turn.
Okay.
Also, there's no deceleration lane, so they would be in the process of stopping in the middle of traffic in order to do that.
I've seen stranger things.
And this is a location on site where they're proposing to have bus pickup and drop off if in the event that Fred Bus Service locates on this property. There are a number of proffers that speak to these physical improvements, such as limiting 2 entrances on Jeff Davis Highway. There would be 2 interparcel connections that could be available in the future, one to the north and one to the west, which would help out with traffic circulation in that southwest quadrant of the intersection of Route 1 and the new interchange. There would be construction of a northbound left turn lane and southbound right turn lane, as I showed on the diagram. Also, there would be a contribution of $50,000 towards transportation improvements. When we met with VDOT and the traffic consultant, VDOT indicated that they have a problem in that they're designing this new interchange, this new road connecting onto Route 1, but due to funding constraints and the way VDOT and Federal Highway Administration works, improvements on Route 1 have to be a separate project and are not included in the interchange project. So there's minimal right turn lane. There's a minimal right turn lane being provided from the new interchange access road to southbound Route 1. So the applicants have proffered to contribute their pro rata share towards that turn lane. The $50,000 is probably about a fifth of the total cost of what that turn lane might be, but they're helping to contribute to that. The county at some point in time would have to work with VDOT to have a separate project to do Route 1 improvements. That's currently not in the current CIP as of yet. The applicant would dedicate right-of-way along the frontage of the property pursuant to our comprehensive plan, so eventually this section of Route 1 could be widened to a 6-lane divided facility once that corridor has been approved. I mentioned about the bus pickup. There would also be a restriction on parking within the southern first 100 feet of the southern entrance, and this was to make sure we didn't have any conflicts with circulation on site that would bottleneck that entrance. And the applicant is limiting the square footage that can be built on the half-acre portion that's being rezoned to 6,000 square feet, and that goes to some of the issues of intensity. The applicant has not proffered the GDP, but they've proffered a cap on how many vehicle trips per day can come out of the site. And that was some of the things that were discussed with VDOT, because originally the applicant was proposing 3 drive-through facilities. Then they ended up getting it down to 1 because of the traffic volume that a drive-through generates and the concerns that VDOT had about access to the site. The proffers stipulate that there would be approximately 2,800 vehicle trips per day maximum, and at time when a site plan comes in, we would evaluate that site plan via the traffic generation manual to determine if they're within that threshold. The proffers also speak to architectural design, so they're compliant with our comprehensive plan for the neighborhood design guidelines. Since this is in the suburban area recommends that the maximum height of buildings be 3 stories. They've proffered that they would have a building height limitation of 35 feet. There is a significant resource protection area on the site, and about half the site's going to be left as open space, but they are going to provide signs to identify and protect the RPA in the southern portion of the property. Due to the comprehensive plan, it recommends that we try to minimize impacts to existing tree stands, so they're going to provide some overplanting from our landscaping requirements to help offset that. Also, they're going to be, if they build a 3-story building, they would be contributing $15,000 to fire and rescue if they have a 3-story building that doesn't have sprinklers. The current concept plan only shows 1-story buildings, but again, the GDP is not proffered, so if they did come in with an office building or a multi-tenant building that had 2 floors of office space above, they may make that contribution if it's not designed to have sprinklers in it.
Go ahead, Mr. Milne.
I can't remember. Do we usually make them put sprinklers in them?
Mr. Milne, it depends on the building classification.
In this building.
Building code. If the building code requires a sprinkler, they would have to put it in. But certain types of construction don't require sprinklers.
Well, and I'm asking about what they're proffering so far. Can you tell? You're telling me you can't tell. Remember they had to do it at the Hope Springs Marina 3-story clubhouse there. They got forced into doing some sprinklers in a few areas and some stuff. That's a small building that's 3 stories.
And some of it depends on the type of construction of the building. For instance, if you're building a structure out of masonry and steel, it may not be required to have sprinklers compared to a wood frame construction.
I guess let me ask a different way. Are they buying their way out of the requirement in case it occurs?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Similarly, we would have conditions with the conditional use permit. It would limit it to 1 drive-through facility, the access points, and some of the other features that we talked about with regard to circulation restrictions on the site. Also, there are discussions about screening standards within the site for things like dumpsters and trash compactors and things of that nature. The conditions would also say that drive-throughs have to be oriented to minimize headlight glare onto Route 1, that there would be screen parking from Route 1 and structures with a 4-foot berm. Again, trying to minimize vehicles that are parking on sites so their headlights aren't glaring onto the main highway. In this case, for the parking, the minimum would be the maximum as far as the number of spaces that they would provide. And also, there would be limitations on the drive-through entrances and the conditions dealing with stacking on the site. The drive-through facility would require a bypass lane, so if you're not wanting to go through the drive-through, you can drive around, or if you're tired of waiting in line, you can drive around the building in a safe manner. There'll be coordination of color and materials for the canopy for the drive-through versus the main building. That the buildings, the drive-through building itself would be limited to 2 stories in height. And there are other conditions dealing with right-of-way dedication and the roadway improvements that I mentioned earlier. In review of the application, the Planning Commission and staff recommend approval of Ordinance 016-16, which would rezone the half-acre parcel, and then also approval of Resolution R16-47, which would approve the conditional use permit.
Mr. Mildy.
This area, obviously we don't have any fast food restaurants, we only have a few gas stations, and we're losing, when the need occurs for this, that we'll have lost the McDonald's. As far as I know, it's not, we would have to approve a drive-through for a McDonald's to be relocated.
If it's within 500 feet of Route 1, yes, sir.
If it's into HCOD. So I guess I don't object necessarily to this design, to this use, but my question is about the signage and how it looks in our courthouse redevelopment area. And we were really sensitive about the hospital, and they complied immediately with the design standards that we thought we wanted. We have design standards in place somehow around the courthouse area. I don't remember what mechanism we've used to have those. But of course, you're right down the street, just right down the street from the historic hotel where Acquire Realty is. I'm just wondering what this is going to look like. What standards we're asking for.
Mr. Mildy, they have proffered that the current neighborhood design standards in our comprehensive plan would apply to any development on the property, but they haven't specifically given us any architectural elevations of what buildings might look like.
Those design standards, are those the ones that are specific to the courthouse area? That's what I'm asking.
Originally they were, but then we adopted them further in our ordinance that said if you're in a highway corridor overlay, you had to build in compliance with that. In this case, they're proffering the same thing that they're required to by code.
Yeah, mind you, I'm very well aware this is not my district, but it's just across the street from my district, Gary, so I hope you don't mind me asking these questions. But the signage, are we looking at, if this is a McDonald's or a Taco Bell or whatever, are we looking at just a standard sign that I'm used to seeing, the golden arches popping up there? I saw there was a monument sign. How tall? What kind of signage are we thinking about putting here?
Mr. Mildy, I don't believe they've gotten as far as determining what the specifics on the signage you're going to have on site, and that may be something you may want to request of the applicant to provide that information.
Is it limited, though, right now in the proffers? What are they allowed to do currently in the request?
Mr. Mildy, with regard to the current zoning regulations, if each building is on its own separate parcel, it's entitled to its own separate freestanding sign as well as wall signs.
And there's no particular, they don't have to have any brick mixed in with it or anything?
Our freestanding signs by code are required to be monument signs.
We don't allow the poles.
But they can, so just trying to think of an example. Anyway, what I'm getting at is, I don't think we don't have the rule in place. I'm kind of interested in the way the look around this area. Gary, I don't know. I think that we should be doing something a little bit hot, that kind of matches the courthouse and the hospital and the hotel, the Acquire Realty Hotel and things like that. If that was something that you guys also agreed with me on, we should work on that.
Any other questions for staff? Mr. Snellings, please.
Jeff, what's the, you said it'll increase trips per day to 2,800. Do you know what the current number of trips per day on that section of Route 1 is currently?
Yes, Mr. Snellings, their traffic study identified it's 15,000 vehicle trips per day.
15,000 per day currently, and that's both, okay. And then you're going to increase by 2,800.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Good. Okay. Would the applicant like to address the issue?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I know you've already been here a while, so I'll try to get right to a few points. This is not a particularly complex rezoning application. It concerns an infill piece. A long skinny infill piece all around it is already B2. So that is the only part that is being rezoned. If that were all there were to these applications, I don't think there'd be much to discuss at all. The time that was required at the Planning Commission to move this application along centered around the transportation improvements and the work with VDOT and how access was going to be made to this site. And that's what results in the somewhat unusual design that is supported by VDOT. If we had our druthers, we'd have a signal at this intersection. But that's not possible because we're too close in between the signal at the hospital and at South Campus to the south. So there's not the possibility of another signal. So the scheme that you saw with the northern entrance and the left into the northern entrance, and then the right in at the southern entrance and the outcoming traffic from the southern entrance does create a circular pattern within the development, so that traffic coming from the south is coming in, loops around to their destination. Traffic coming from the north comes in the right turn. And I think a lot of care was taken to ensure that movements that were not consistent with what was designed would be almost completely prevented, the way of U-turns and, as somebody mentioned earlier, someone trying to make a right into the northern entrance there. The overall square footage is 37,750 with the 2 buildings and the one restaurant, the fast food restaurant that is the one that drives the conditional use permit requirement. In terms of context, some of you may be familiar, those in the northern part of the county, with a small shopping center right outside what we've always called the WAC office park called the Shops of North Stafford. That's about the same size that we're talking about here in terms of overall square footage. A couple of things I would point out. The site, one of the things that the owner did was to look at the possibility of building out the site without the rezoning. What could be done with it? And the possibility of acquiring. You may have noticed there's another out parcel on the property that the owner attempted to acquire but unsuccessfully. So we work around that out parcel. But because of the intensity that is being proffered here, or the lack of intensity that is being proffered, actually the by right build out produces more traffic than what is before you here, with the limitations in the proffers. And there's more revenue coming to the county. So substantially more revenue with this build out, but actually less traffic if the owner did decide to simply build out with what they have, not fool with conditional use permits or trying to get that out parcel rezoned. So in my view, it's a step up. It's better than you get with what you have there now. Now, as far as the architectural guidelines are concerned, the proffer for both signage and for the buildings themselves is for compliance with your own comprehensive plan guidelines. So to the extent that your guidelines are those, they're what are contained for the courthouse area, this applies to that. So the architectural standards that are applicable to the courthouse area are proffered to be applied in this particular development. There are proffers about building materials. Your architectural guidelines in the comp plan are not ironclad, but they do encourage attractive development. And the signage is all monument signage, so no Large Golden Arches, your overlay district controls that sort of thing. Those are the main points that I want to touch on. I think that Jeff gave you a very thorough overview of the zoning and the transportation issues and why we are where we are at this point with the application and the work that has gone into it. I think there were probably no fewer than a dozen meetings with VDOT in order to try to work out the transportation here to both the commission's satisfaction, staff satisfaction, as well as meeting the requirements that VDOT's expectations as well. I'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Any questions? Mr. Milday?
I'd ask the same question, really. Would your client even entertain the idea of working on and this is if the district supervisor indulged me with working through, I want a more of a visual on what this thing is going to look like with the materials and just kind of establishing more the way it's going to look when it's finished. Like I've seen a lot of other applicants do. They'll give us actual colored pictures. We get to see what things are going to look like. I didn't get that feeling from this application. I had heard you that you could do it by right almost, but you're here. So that's something that concerns me is the look of things being built in the courthouse area. But that's just me.
Well, if it's the board's wish that we look at this, we can. I would point out that the one of the difficulties at this point with an application like this is that we have a pretty good idea about one user, but we really don't know what the other users will be at this point. And so that's about as far as we've gotten with regard to what the specific demands of the tenants would be. So it's a little bit difficult. And you notice the language in the architectural design proffer. And we tried to effect a reasonable compromise here. This language was to protect the potential tenants. Nothing herein shall be construed to prohibit a national and/or regional retail user of this building on the property from reasonably employing general features of its prototype architectural design. But then we go on to say, provided that the building design and colors are consistent with this paragraph, and they are described at the first part of the paragraph. And then we go on to say, the exterior of all the buildings shall conform to the architectural design guidelines contained within the comprehensive plan. Now, if we knew what was coming, that would be easier. But I think all of the board members understand enough about commercial development here. And this happens with the big commercial development and the little commercial developments. You don't attract the tenants until you have the zoning. So it's sometimes difficult to anticipate exactly what a commercial development is going to look like. As you all are aware from other commercial developments, even where the buildings are going to be until the tenants become interested in the property.
And may I, it's really, it could be just that I don't recall well enough. Maybe if I would have to ask Jeff, for instance, what's the standards in the TDR legislation or what we use at Quiet Town Center, which also is consistent with what I'm envisioning because that's where a quiet church is. We were very careful about what we would allow there, and it left them incredible flexibility. Obviously, we don't know what's going there hardly at all, but they certainly have lots of flexibility. And I don't remember how the hospital came about, if that was how we negotiated that, but I know that we did, and we knew we had a level of comfort with them that they were going to do something that was going to really match and fit right down in here. But I don't have that comfort here, and it's not necessarily your applicant's fault. So my question would be, if you might even know the answer, do you know, because that was also your client, do you recall what standards were applied
At a Quiet Town Center?
Yes, and
Jeff, you correct me if you're wrong, but you didn't have any elevations. You had some general concepts, but no
certain materials and certain things like that.
Nothing particularly specific. Now, more recently with Stafford Village, you simply had proffers pertaining to the materials that would be used. Your ordinance provides a fair amount of regulation, particularly with regard to signage. Your comp plan, which they've proffered to comply with, is the other way to control this. We tried to go with the things that are there and affect a compromise between tying ourselves down and having to come back and revisit you because a tenant comes in that needs this or needs that, pleasant as it is to come and visit you like this, but that it is, you all can appreciate that commercial development sometimes gets caught in a loop. You don't know exactly who's coming, and they're not going to come, and they're not going to talk to you until the zoning's there. Most commercial developments do have to come back for proffer amendments. The big one that we just did is ready to do a proffer amendment. So we try to avoid as much of that and affect as much of a reasonable compromise as we think we can. And I think this applicant did that. I mean, without giving you the elevations and saying this is exactly what it's going to look like, your overlay district controls, and he has proffered to materials and to your own design guidelines and your comp plan. So, I mean, to the extent that you have said there what you want this development in this area, in the courthouse area, to look like, they've proffered to it. If you go back and you look at it and you say, whoops, we forgot something, and you change it, he's still proffered to comply with it.
Okay. Mr. Snellings.
I share Mr. Mildy's concern here, but you tell me your client can't give us any idea of what he's trying to attract. I mean, is this going to be a strip center? Is this, I mean, you got a fast food restaurant going in, so is that the type of business he's looking for there?
There's only, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, go ahead.
Finish your question. There's only one building that can be used for the fast food. It is certainly conceivable that there could be other restaurants on the property. There are two 16,500 freestanding buildings. Under your ordinance, they could be offices. There are some uses proffered out. You can anticipate what some of those would be. Not going to be any flea markets or adult businesses, that sort of thing. But it could be office, it could be commercial. If it turns out to be office, they may be higher than they would be if it is commercial retail. But that's why I said I was trying to think about a recent development that is actually on the ground that's about this same size. The Shops of North Stafford, it's a very nicely built out little center. It's on, as I say, it's right all across the new sheets on 610. And it's been vacant for a long time. They built the thing out. There are two businesses in there. There's a nail salon and there's a health club, Anytime Fitness club. But it's had a hard time. But there are two buildings there, Mr. Snellings, and one is slightly longer than the other, but they are set up. They're adjacent to 610. They have a nice berm arrangement and some parking out front. The landscaping is very tasteful. In fact, one of the complaints of the couple tenants that are there is that you can't see them back there because the landscaping is so nice. But I think that's probably the best example of what this, what they have in mind here, what the size is going to be. Who is it that's going to come in there? I think there are going to be a lot of opportunities because of the location, the co-location to the hospital. So, we're hoping it's going to be an upscale development, but until there's a zoning and there's the ability to go out and market the property, there's not a whole lot that we can say.
Okay. Any other questions?
Well, yeah, now that your Tom Wack development that's mostly vacant, that's all brick, isn't it?
Yes. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, it's a very nice brick, and brick is one of the things that could be used here. But you're right. That is
You said it was approximately the same size and kind of what they had in mind, but you're not going to tell us they're going to build it out all brick, right?
Well, I'm not going to tell you that now. No, sir.
I was making sure, because you're not going to tell us it's going to look like that.
I would go around and look at the back of those buildings sometime.
Well, that's the kind of thing we talk about when we talk about proffering some design standards. But that's what when you get off of the highway in 2020 and come into Stafford now, that's what you're going to be looking at. That's one of the first things people are going to see when they get off of the highway in Stafford for the next 50 years. And so I just don't think it's taking a few minutes to get a better idea. You have plenty of flexibility. We have these discussions. If I remember correctly, when Don Hart, I think it was, or the Silvers came in on the corner right up from that and did the rezoning for a building a few years ago, we went into great detail about the layout of the building and the construction materials in the building. And then, even in 2005, when Gary was on the board, when Sam Shalaby came in on the corner over here at Hope Road. I mean, you guys were in Barbara Kirby back in those days. They worked through the details on that building, which ended up being an attractive building right past the school board's field. And so this conversation is one that we should have when we're doing something like this. and I'm just not, for some reason, with my limited knowledge of our design standards here, not getting the picture of what you can get away with, because then I'm not going to trust that your owner has his intentions are going to be in line with what we think our constituents are looking for. So I would, if it were on me, I would certainly ask for some time to work with you, and I bet it would be something you could live with.
We're happy to discuss that issue with the board, if that's what you're, if that's what you'd like to do.
And I'll leave it up to Gary at this point. I've said everything I need to say.
You know, and I'll tell you this, you know, with the transportation, the effort that went into the transportation aspect of this, you know, I think probably we may have all been exhausted after that, but I don't think the commission was unappreciative of what the appearance was going to be here. But they did they were satisfied with what we had proffered here. If you want to talk further about that, we're happy to do that.
Okay, thank you. At this time, we'll open the public hearing. Anyone wishing to address the board on this topic will have an opportunity to do so. When you come to the podium, please state your name and address. The green light says you have 3 minutes. Yellow light is 1 minute. Red light, your time is expired. Anyone in the chambers wishing to address the board, please come forward.
Okay. I hadn't planned, Ruth Carloni, 300 Mount Olive. I hadn't planned to speak on this. I was waiting for it for the counting house, but this is absolutely gosh darn ridiculous to leave it. I agree with you, really, the Kauai supervisor. You don't leave this up in the open. And I don't know whether you're laughing at me or laughing at Mildy, but and also it looks like you're opposed to sprinkling by the last two decisions you've made, including the one earlier today. But you tell them to either sprinkle or the interior is to be steel and masonry. I'm sick and tired of you people, and I mean the whole bunch of you. On 610, you denied the sprinkling, and today you did it again to repeat. But we have to think, reason we're up here because we care about the people in this county. We really care. I wouldn't put myself out like this if I didn't truly care. But you've got to protect the people in these buildings. Now, so I remember his grand town center, Kamal Tabara, but you've got to pinpoint what you want for us, for the county. And that's either sprinkle or not, or show some architectural renderings that, like you said, that's good about the entranceway. Some of our entranceways to the counties are not exactly the most attractive, but put your foot down and protect the people here. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the chambers wish to address the board? Okay, seeing none, would the applicant like to rebut?
I think I've said
Good.
What our position is on architectural design. If you want to talk about that, we're happy to do it. Your sprinkling is controlled by your ordinance and your building code. We certainly comply with that.
Okay, thank you. At this time, we'll close the public hearing and bring it back to the board. Mr. Snellings.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree with Mr. Mildy. I'm concerned about the design standards. I also have some concerns about daily trips, because I know that is a very busy area in Route 1. I travel it quite a bit. What I'd like to do is defer this to our next meeting. So I motion to defer item 25. Do I have to do these separately? 25 and 26, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Gary, may I be involved in the conversation? Do you mind?
I'd love to have you, Mr. Mildy.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, that was seconded by...
Is always valued.
Seconded by Ms. Sellers. Any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, cast your votes. Tally the votes. Motion passes 7-0. Next item is number 27, Planning and Zoning. Consider a reclassification from R1 to B2 on county-owned property at the Counting House in the George Washington District. Mr. Harvey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a proposed reclassification application number 15150923. The request is to rezone a 0.41 acre parcel from R1 suburban residential to B2 urban commercial to allow for a potential office use on the property. It's property owned by Stafford County, and it's located at the intersection of Gordon Street and King Street within the historic Falmouth area. This is the aerial view of the property to get you oriented. It's parcel 36. It's located adjacent to the Falmouth Bridge and also is actually below the Falmouth Bridge at this particular location. As you I can identify some other landmarks for you. This is Amy's Cafe here. This is Washington Street in this location. This is the trail from the historic Port of Falmouth Park. This is a street view of the intersection. It shows the residential structure here, looking westward towards the Falmouth Bridge in this location, as well as northwards on Gordon Street. This is the shows the actual photographs of the building. It was built around 1840. It originally started off as a warehouse, but was converted to a residence in the 1850s. It shows up on a number of photographs from the Civil War era for this area. It's approximately 1,200 square feet in size, and it's currently vacant. These are some additional images of the property itself. There's an existing driveway that comes off of Gordon Street, but what we're looking at here is mainly the view from King Street in the side yard.
Because Winnie doesn't know why he's laughing over there. They cut that tree down without telling us. I think it must have been 1,000 years old or something. It was huge.
Yes, it was very old and it had termites.
It was one of the oldest trees in Falmouth, for sure, probably the oldest tree.
It took 70 seconds, Mr. Chairman, for the tree to be mentioned.
Oops. The county purchased this property in 2006 to try to prevent it from deteriorating beyond the point of no return. The county's taken a number of steps since that point in time to try to rehabilitate the building or put it in a posture where it can be rehabilitated. We had an architectural survey done in 2006, a building condition survey done in 2007. The board's Community Economic Development Committee has talked about this a number of times over the years on how to deal with this building. We looked at options whether it could be used for county purpose or private purpose. In fact, we put out some requests for proposals for private use. At one point in time, we did that, and it came out with no response. We've more recently put out another request and have had a positive response with someone who's looking at possibly converting it to an office building. The board authorized the rezoning in September to help facilitate the further conversion of this property to an office building. Under the current R1 zoning, it can only be used as a residence. We've not been able to find anybody who's willing to spend the money to rehabilitate the building in order to convert it to residence. The building itself, as you saw from the photographs, looks fairly stable from the outside, but when you open the door, there is no floor, there are no real walls. It's mainly trusses and support beams. So there'd be substantial work involved to bring the building up to building codes for it to be habitable. And that's part of the reason I believe that the board looked at a commercial zoning, because that could bring in high enough value for the property where it could make it worthwhile to actually bring it up to code. Currently, staff is working with the committee to work out a memorandum of understanding with a potential purchaser, and there'd be deed restrictions and covenants about how the property would be developed in the future, as well as what uses would be allowed and not allowed on the property. These are elevations that were developed previously and identified areas that needed to be fixed, such as the foundation work needed some help, as well as the siding and replace windows. Some of the windows on the building really aren't windows. They've been boarded up and painted to look like windows to minimize potential future damage. At one point in time, the county studied parking in this area of Falmouth and proposed a potential parking lot that would link between the counting house and an adjacent gravel parking lot. And this is the extent of the proposed parking lot that was looked at that point in time. based on the 1,200 square foot size of this building and the parking ratio required for an office. Right now, they'd only be required to have 4 parking spaces, but there will be discussions more than likely about the possibility of having more than the minimum number required to help us with some of our parking concerns in Falmouth. I will note that since this property has been there forever and before we had zoning requirements, it does not comply with some of our setback requirements in its current R1 state or also in the B2 state. So whatever we do with the changing the zoning, it's not going to affect the nonconformity of the existing structure. But we will note that there's adjacent R1 property to the north, which if we convert it to B2, they're going to be required to have buffering installed on that property. The land use designation in the comprehensive plan is suburban, which again supports, as I mentioned in a previous public hearing, single-family detached homes and or community serving retail or office uses or institutional uses. Certainly, this house being converted to an office use complies with that recommendation. It's also within the Falmouth redevelopment area, which it speaks of promoting mixed uses, good streets, and pedestrian-friendly environment. This could help facilitate those goals, as well as promoting heritage tourism. It can help give us another destination point within Falmouth for a small-scale office building. Staff is recommending approval. We believe that this change in zoning is consistent with our comprehensive plan and consistent with the various development pattern in the area of mixture of commercial as well as residential uses. It can potentially enhance our economic development and tourism through rehabilitation and putting the building back into use. The ARB and Historic Commission will be involved in this endeavor throughout the process as the building is rehabilitated because of being in a historic district. Number one, the ARB has to review any exterior changes to the building. And number two, out of courtesy, the Historic Commission will be involved in that process as well. The Planning Commission has recommended approval. The staff does as well.
And I just wanted to clarify that this very first action in a series of things that has to take place, after tonight, there's no transfer of land. It still belongs to the county. All those details are yet to be determined, and the board will have some sort of final action on that in the future. So I just didn't want the public to think, because we briefed the proposal, that we were actually doing any of that transfer tonight.
That is correct, Mr. Chairman. There would have to be another public hearing to actually convey the property to another party.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, thank you. At this time, we'll open the public hearing. Anybody in the chambers who wishes to address the board on this topic will have an opportunity to do so. When you come to the podium, please state your name and address. I do have one speaker card, Miss Irma Clifton. You can go first since you're already there. If you
Well,
like.
I had called in because I thought we'd be out of here quicker to ask, please place me on the speaker list. Anyway, what the heck, Ruth Carloni. I have really a problem with the changing the zoning right now or approving the zoning to B2. I hadn't seen this list of possible uses. This is outrageous, really and truly outrageous. Beauty parlor, barber shop down there in our historic district. It goes on and on. Public works, wastewater, tailor shop, wholesale business, gift shops, and a little cafe for the bikers, and something of innocuous nature like that is certainly, and those are commercial. And it opens up a can of worms to go ahead. It's hard to refuse, and I mentioned this before, it's hard to refuse when you've already approved a B2. It's hard to refuse someone next door a B2. It's pretty darn difficult. And just very quickly, B2 permits high-intensity commercial. So I'm just requesting you consider that our R1 continue, and that CUP be used for this property. at least this way, CUP does have a certain amount of retail, it has a certain amount of business, and it won't have a harmful use. The current use will not be detrimental to the neighborhood, so that would fit into the CUP. And I'm just recommending that you retain the R1 and approve it for a CUP. And that's it. Okay, thanks. This is it. Good night.
Thank you. Have a good night. Mrs. Clifton.
Good evening again. My name is Irma Clifton. I live at 100 Carter Street in beautiful downtown historic Falmouth. Unfortunately, I can't support this rezoning at this time, and there are a number of reasons that I say that. First, although this is a contributing feature of the historic district, it is more than likely eligible for individual registration within that historic district. And listing, and that should actually be initiated before there's any action taken on this property. Dovetail, the consultant, also in their report pointed out that there had been no archaeological survey on this property. And that's another thing that should be undertaken before zoning comes to fruition. The memorandum of agreement should be made available to the public before it's executed and should contain language that protects future development there so that we know nothing else will be there that's objectionable to the historic district. Alternatives to rezoning, for example, a special use permit or other mechanics should be investigated and considered before rezoning. Currently, there are 8 vacant properties within a block or a block and a half of this structure. There's also 3 properties that are on the market. So that doesn't indicate that this is a thriving, vibrant community or village. I'm concerned that this may start a domino effect with rezonings. And we have made a great improvement with the recent Route 1 and 17 improvements, but we shouldn't be doing this piecemeal. We should wait until the commercial overlay plan has worked its way through the process, and then commit to make that plan implementable. In the almost 40 years that I have owned my home there, I've seen numerous plans come and go. We have a new intersection, for good or bad. Now we need to polish the jewel that I know Falmouth can become. Over the course of the history of Falmouth town, there has been a vibrant mix of residential and commercial activity. This potential is still there. And I would like to see us get this commercial overlay district brought to everyone's attention before we do anything that is going to change the character of our neat little village.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else in the chamber?
Good evening, Elaine Callender, 622 Lancaster Street in Falmouth. And Ms. Clifton is the expert on all this. I support everything she said. I have a few additional thoughts. First off, there were some additional people here who wanted to speak on this topic, but they weren't expecting the meeting to run so late tonight, and they left. So that's one reason to delay. Another reason to delay would be if you have not visited the actual site. I drive by there periodically when I'm doing a shortcut. I'll drive down that way, and it's very dangerous. There are cars zipping by because they take the Washington Street bypass and zip through there around the curves, and it's a very dangerous area. And to put this business there, I think would be dangerous for the individuals pulling out. So it's also dangerous even for those pulling in, because there are so many cars probably behind them that there could easily be an accident. So that is one concern. The list of possible uses is quite surprising, and that's why you really need to go see the site. That list would have to be narrowed down a great deal. So that's an important consideration. I would prefer it not be rezoned to business for reasons such as Ms. Clifton mentioned. And because of the location and the potential in the future for that to be a really great tourism area. So if you change it to B2, it seems to me if you decide in the future you want to take that property back and have it open as a historic building, it would be costly to get it back once it becomes a commercial property. See what else I was thinking. If it becomes an office, it would not be open to tourists. It really is the perfect building to be a tourism site rather than a business such as a real estate office or insurance office, which is what I was hearing. So anyway, I would delay this and make sure you've all been down there to actually see the site and drive the area. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the chambers? Okay. We will, I guess there's no rebuttal since we're the applicant. We'll close the public hearing. I did have a couple questions for staff. Just clarify a couple things I heard. Given the size of the property, even though I guess theoretically high-intensity commercial could go in there, what kind of parking restrictions would keep them from putting something very intense there?
Mr. Chairman, the zoning ordinance has certain number of parking spaces are required per 1,000 square feet as a minimum. Any use that would go there would have to meet the minimum number of parking spaces unless they can have an agreement with an adjacent property or have some on-street parking within a reasonable distance. Based on the size of the existing building and the parcel, it's fairly limited on what could be put there. Again, the existing building is 1,200 square feet. Based on parking requirements for an office or low-intensity retail uses, such as a barber shop or a gift shop, there would be only 4 parking spaces required.
Okay. And let's say we wanted to put somebody in there was maybe a real estate broker or an maybe an architectural firm. Could we leave it R1 and use some sort of CUP method to just allow that specific use? Or does it have to be rezoned to commercial to match our zoning ordinance?
Mr. Chairman, the current R1 zoning does not allow for commercial uses.
Right.
So the conditional use permit option is currently not available. It would have to go to a commercial zone in order to have an office or some commercial entity there.
Okay. And then is that property currently in the overlay district, in the historic overlay district?
Yes, sir.
It is. Okay. I just wanted to double check because it sounded like maybe it wasn't there for a second. Okay. There are a couple things I'm going to ask Mr. Broody if a 2-week delay is going to throw us off as far as our MOA. We're good there. Okay. If the board would indulge me, I would like to take a couple of weeks just to look at a couple more concerns I don't have an answer to off the top of my head. But I will say that the county's owned this property for 10 years. And I don't want to see the property have to be demolished on my watch because I didn't take an opportunity to figure out somebody who could take care of it and fix it. So a house that's been here since around 1840 could continue to be here. For 4 years now, since I've been on the board, we've been trying to figure out how to make it a tourist attraction, how to open it, maybe make it a district supervisor office. I mean, we have literally thought about all those things. And the amount of money that it's going to take to rehabilitate this is just cost prohibitive if it's taxpayer dollars. So I am committed to utmost making sure this building exists in perpetuity. And I think, given everything I've seen over the last 4.5 years, this is probably the best option. And we're going to put a lot of good language in the memorandum of understanding. If the builder who does this for a living, I mean, he knows what going through an ARB is. That's one of my first questions. He knows how to work with ARBs and make them happy. But there's going to be language in there. If for some reason he doesn't succeed, the county will get the property back. So all those details are being worked out, and I appreciate all the time that's gone into it. So if the board is okay with that, I'd like to make a motion to defer. I don't have a date quite yet. We'll work it out with county administrator, either the next meeting or the one after that.
Second your motion.
Okay. Any discussion on that?
I have one comment.
Please.
Bob, do you know if, I think Ms. Clifton brought up the comment about, have we done any archaeological digs over there? And in light of what was in the newspaper this week about Belmont and their dinosaurs, it's not that far away. Was anything ever?
I'm not sure, but since they're not proposing to break the ground, I'm not sure if there's anything that would require, unless we wanted to spend a couple $100,000 doing it.
Right.
Which I would rather put that towards the building if we were going to spend that kind of money.
Exactly.
Mr. Chairman, that could also be part of the MOU that.
Maybe we could ask them to do at least a phase
any
one.
disturbance that it be evaluated.
That's
Okay.
true. So keep that in mind.
You know, yeah.
Sure.
Because I've been working with you on this.
Mhm.
I got on the board in my first year on the board, and I thought it was normal. And Pete Fields said, "Hey, let's buy this building." And I'm like, "Okay, well, that sounds like a good idea," because it's going to be because he's like we was worried about it or something. And guess what? It just fell into further disrepair. One of the problems with it is it's literally falling apart. We checked on the prices to get it to get it stabilized. It's hundreds of thousands of dollars. So we bought this pig in a poke down there that is going to cost more to keep from falling down than we actually paid for it, and we paid a couple $100,000 plus for that thing, if I'm not mistaken. And so we're just trying to find someone that'll love it and take care of it and use it, which we think all has to happen together. No one's going to take care of it if they can't get some use out of it. So I can't wait to turn this over to someone else and undo that decision 10 years ago.
Okay.
Thanks.
Any other comments? No. That is not George Washington's cherry tree now. Okay. We have a motion to defer on the table. No further comment. Please cast your votes. Tally the votes. The motion passes 7-0. Next item is number 28, Planning and Zoning. Authorize the county administrator to convey an easement across county-owned property in the Griffiths-Widewater District.
Mr. Chairman, the board is to consider adoption of Resolution R16-75, which would grant easements on Assessor's Parcel 13C-M. That property is currently owned by Stafford County. The proposed location of the easement would cross a planned roadway in two separate spots. The graphic on the computer, if I could have it, please. This is the portion of the county's property here. And there would be two crossings of the county's right-of-way in this location and this location. That's the purposes of public hearing to grant easements for telecommunications across those two portions of the county's property.
Pretty straightforward. Any questions? Okay.
I would like
Nope.
to make a comment if that's okay.
After the public hearing, if that's okay. Okay, at this time, we'll open the public hearing. Anyone wishing to address the board on this topic will have the opportunity to do so. Anyone in the chambers? Okay, we'll close the public hearing and bring it back to the board. Did you have a comment?
Yeah, if we can bring that graphic back up, but this is that fiber that they're going to be laying to, in that circle, to provide the fiber to that part. This is an excellent opportunity for that area.
Okay, let's see who's district. Chris Whitewater.
It's mine. I'd like to make a motion for R16-88.
Okay, seconded by Ms. Sellers. Any discussion? Okay, please cast your votes. Tally the votes. Motion passes 7-0. Last item on the agenda is item number 21, Finance and Budget. Authorize the county administrator to advertise a public hearing on the proposed calendar year 2016 tax rates, proposed fiscal year 2017 budgets, proposed fiscal year or years 2017 through 26 CIP, and fiscal year 2017 VPSA debt.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, R1691 would send all of those items to advertisement for public hearing on April 5th. Everything in those is identical to the budget that we proposed 2 weeks ago, with one exception, and that is that we are recommending a new category of merchants capital tax for pharmaceutical wholesalers at a 0 tax rate. This would enable us to attract potential economic development prospects to the county with not having, but not have a levy on them. So there's no revenue impact to that right now because we have nobody who fits that category. The real estate rate for the county as well as for the 610 Service District and the Hidden Lake Service Districts would be advertised at the effective rates. And Ms. Collins is here. If you have any questions, we recommend approval.
And if we somehow wanted to think about this and delay it, we would wreak havoc on the process in front of us, correct?
That is correct. If we wait too long, we'd miss our April 19th deadline.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and second by Ms. Mauer. Any discussion? It's R16-91 with no changes.
I just wanted to make one
Please.
comment before we vote. And like I said before, I supported the superintendent's budget on the schools. But after hearing the school board presentation tonight, I have to rethink that a little bit. And I'm actually thinking, maybe there's some places to cut. And so that's the direction I'm going there. Thank you.
Any other comments? Well, I will say that, Mr. Cavalier, the increase in the school budget before the school board started with it was a $15.5 million increase over last year. And then they bumped it up to about 17 million. So I'm not sure that I'm with you yet, but you may have a point. So. Okay. If there's no further comments, please cast your votes. Tally votes. Motion passes 7-0. Meeting is adjourned.